Welcome, everybody, to the Human Performance Lab. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everybody is having an amazing weekend. I hope that everything is going well in your lives. Like I said, my name is Tony, and I'm interested in how we escape the metaphorical matrix. How do we stop allowing our habits to dictate our performance in our lives, and how do we take our lives back? If you're interested in living your intention or getting better at trading, then I invite you to come along with me along this journey as we work together to do just that. So let's get into this. Um, I had a very interesting week. My first full week of do a little house cleaning here. It's Sunday. I cleaned the house, but did not get my office clean. Anyways, it has been an interesting week for me. What has made this week interesting? It's my first full week of actual streaming, attempting to trade live. Seed, how's it going? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Um, Increased watch time on the channel. A lot of subs. A lot of subs. Thank you, everybody, for your participation in this. A lot of new things, a lot of growth, a lot of mistakes, a lot of performance anxiety, a lot of growing. And I look forward to the next weeks, the next months, the next years that this project is going to create, because already you guys, the individuals that have come into my stream, you, the individuals that have chatted, you, the individuals that have subscribed, you, the individuals for all your comments, all of your support, all of your love, all of your patience is making me better as an individual to help myself perform better. And hopefully that support you give me goes back to you in spades, because that's what this is all about for me. How do I show how I make myself better aligned to my intentions so you can do the same in your life? That's what this is all about. And I want to thank each and every single one of you, especially you, Seed. Thank you very much for all your support. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the new friendship. And I look forward to the many years to come. All right. What are we going to do today? Well, of course, right? The forum is open to you guys always and at any given time. All right. And in the context of that forum, let me know if you're struggling with something. Let me know what your intentions are. Let me know how best you can be supported today in the creations of your intentions. And as we get into that, I'm going to demonstrate trading and what this is all about in the context of what it is that I'm doing, part of this project. So I actually traded let's see here. Let's see what days I've got done so far. April 2nd and April 8th. And what I'm doing is my full analysis, and I'm going to go through that with you today. And I was looking at asset management this week. The problem with asset management is you need Oh, Nightbot. Seed. Did you get canceled? Wasn't me. um, and I'm going back to the basics. I tried the asset management. The problem is there's just not enough inventory. And there's going to be times where you're going to get yourself in trouble. And if you make a mistake in trading and you go in the opposite direction of overall auction, um, you're going to find that you're going to go underwater too fast and there's not enough inventory. Now we can grow into that inventory, but we're not going to be able to do it um, at the live edge. And this is what the performance lab is all about, right? We take a theory. What's a theory? We take an idea, we take an intention, we take something in life. You know, this is why we used to have philosophers, right? To come up and ask the right questions. Then scientists would take those questions and take them to the human performance lab or to a lab itself, right? Scientists would go to a lab, not the human performance lab, but they would go to a lab and they would run experiments off those questions. So we can get an idea of what was actually really happening in the world. Well, we've gotten away from the philosophy and now the scientists are basically asking the questions. Well, I'm a philosopher by trade. How am I a philosopher by trade? I'm a philosopher by trade because, well, I majored in philosophy for one of my majors, political science for another one, and economics in another one. Basically, a degree in ethics, which is a pre-law major. I wanted to go and get my law degree. Why didn't I go and get my law degree? To be completely honest with you, I couldn't score well enough on the LSAT. I would have gone to a tier 3, tier 4 school, become what, you know, is colloquial. I think that's the word. Anyways, if it's not, that's right. You guys can correct me. Ambulance chaser, or as another individual I know that went to a tier 4 legal school, became a manager at a Home Depot. Not what I wanted to invest my money in, so I didn't spend my time and my money becoming a lawyer, and instead, well, I got into trading. I mean, why not? I mean, lawyer, trading, same thing, right? Anyways, so what we're going to do is we're going to get into a day of demonstration. And we're going to go with the next day after April 8th. And if we look at our trusty little calendar, April 8th should be April 9th for Tuesday. Am I right? Well, no, I am wrong. April. Why did I go from the 2nd, the 3rd to the 8th? I need to be on the 6th. Well, I messed that all up. So we are going to... I don't really want to go backwards though. And this is why, because I want to maintain my profiles where they are and just keep moving forward. So we'll take a step back from April 6th, April 7th. We'll come back and do those on another date. So we are now on Wednesday. Somehow I messed that all up, but we're on Wednesday, April 8th, and we're going to go ahead and go to April 9th. So get our trusty little replay. Seed, how you doing today? Are you able to do anything in chat? Are you able to talk? Are you able to do anything at all? If not, go into Discord and let me know, because this is something I'm gonna have to fix. Because I need to be able to interact with individuals in chat. And I could see that you did LOL, and I can see that you did something that the Nightbot didn't like, but I can't see. Did you break my concentration? No, not at all. Not at all. Okay. So we are going to get into this on April 9th. And I think the chat's working, so we'll be fine. And if it's not, well, we will cross that bridge when it comes. I'm not dealing with it at this point in time. So April. Oh my goodness. 0904 2026 space 09 30, 0830. So we're going to reset that. While we're doing the seed, everything good? Everything good in life? You good? No, you're out and about today. Did you do anything fun and exciting? Where do you live, anyhow? Just out of curiosity. Something I haven't even asked you. I mean, it's like I'm a bad person or something. So for each day, we have to reset the day. Then we have to set the day to the next date and time, and then we can hit play. So it takes a few minutes. I do apologize to get it all set up. See, either you're gone or you can't, or your messages aren't coming through, one of the two. I might have broke something when I was working on stuff. I don't know yet. But we should have chat, which would be nice. Chat should be coming up on the screen. We should have chat box coming up as well that will show when individuals follow and like and do all the wonderful things that individuals do to show their support. So we are now on April 9th, but I'm not showing a new profile here. Well, oh, you know why? Because it's going to be the continuation of the profile. Yep, right there. Okay, good. So now we have, we're going April, we're going at 8:30 in the morning, and we are going to merge the most recent profile. That leaves us with this one underneath us and the one up here for today. So what we have is a trending market to the upside right now, plain and simple. And we are developing value in the upper range of the day. We have this area up here, which we're looking for potential shorts. We've got this area here, which is overlapping value. We got to be careful in that area. We've got unfair highs here, which is actually acting as a level of support right now. We have unfair lows all the way down here. And then we have, well, let's see. I don't think we really have too much in unfair lows down here. We don't. We do, I mean, this whole developing value area here, but we need time. This is the current. So I'm not putting anything down into the unfair lows on here other than I am going to go ahead and index this little area right here. So we do have this area of interest that we're going to look at for today. We're going to go ahead and put that into green. Does not mean that we'll only go long down there. It just means that we're marking in our unfair lows. We have our unfair highs up above us, but then we also have this area here of unfair highs as well, with a little bit of balance in between the current unfair highs and the unfair highs of a prior profile. Now, this is the fun part. This is the fun part. And if your chats aren't coming through, Seed, go ahead and put some chats in Discord for me, please, and let me know that the chat, for whatever reason, is not working over on the other side in Tube. So what we're doing here is we've got all of these lines now developing on all of our charts, time frames, all on their own. It is beautiful. I love it. I got what I wanted, and I am rather happy about it. That, and I learned how to do all sorts of shortcut things with my current charts. Again, I'm happy. So, it doesn't take much. I mean, I'm easily amused. But anyway, so we've got developing value. And how do I pick that developing value area? Well, let's go back in our charts a little bit and let's widen this out so we can see what's happened most recently into our data. So we have this, and this isn't just, that's not where the chart ends. It's just, where it's indexed right now. We have this area of value that's been developing below us. And then today the price action decided to move higher. Well, that happened at 1900. I'd already noticed it. So I put a new profile on the charts here. You got kicked out? Also, I have an individual that has having an issue. They got kicked out of the live. the Nightbot kicked them out. So let's see if I can't get them back into the stream. Let's see. I don't know exactly how to do any of this stuff. So it's going to take me a second. I'm already live. How do I get into the live area? What happens if I hit go live? Okay. Well, I don't see anything in here. And I am live. But how do I get an individual to be able to come back? Okay, good. You're in. Okay, we're good. We're good. Hey, Seed. All right. So I have my areas. They're coming in now on all the charts. So when I put in a line into this chart here, when I index this information here, right, then those lines will come into this chart. Any adjustments I make to those lines on this chart come in on this chart, and then I can make adjustments of those lines onto this chart. It's wonderful. I absolutely love it. So we closed above this area, this range here, and I put a new profile on already. And now we have this area of developing value higher. Okay. When we look at this chart, we're going to go ahead and blow up. Well, hello, Lazy. How are you? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Absolute pleasure. Thank you for being here. Thank you for saying hi. How are you today? Anything fun and exciting on your Sunday? Able to relax a little bit? And I'm going to adjust these areas a little bit. In fact, I might even go ahead and just delete this one. You're in now? Good, Seed. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, good. We got all that stuff fixed. So we've got love watching order flow streams. Beautiful. Well, this is what I'm doing here today. Okay, I'm actually doing a full day, and multiple days. So I'm treating this just like at 8:30 in the morning. I was coming into my office, doing my pre-market analysis, where I'm getting the where I want to do business, where I want to set everything up. But you're more into depth of market. Gotcha. And that's depth of market. Okay. Are you talking about like time of sales and those type of things? Let's make sure we're speaking the same language. I come from a much older, before the technology really shifted. I came from time of sales on event driven stocks, looking for imbalances in the time and sales for when buyers or sellers started to get aggressive based upon at the open of a stock, to really be able to pick up the initial move of okay. And so that's what you're doing. Okay, beautiful. Well, what I have done is I'm a bit older now, so I need some visualizations for myself now. So I've moved over into footprint charts. I am using deep charts, which gives me the ability to have it help me see in the NASDAQ, because it's pretty volatile at times, right? Where the buyers and sellers are getting a bit more aggressive on one side. I'm not doing that to trade off of the dots. It gives me a visualization, so it's easier for me to pick up. Into the ES, just like every other young lad trying to get rich using props. Okay, got you. I used to trade 25 lots in the ES. I used to trade 18 lots in the Russell. Okay, I've been around. See this gray hair right here? You right? It just means that I have some life experiences. So you're good, kiddo. You're good. We're going to get into this. So what I'm doing is I'm going into my full pre-market analysis of what I do before the market opens. Then I'm going to go over to the order flow charts at 8:30 or at 9:30. I'm going to move forward on the charts to 9:30, and we're going to use order flow. We're going to use my areas, and I'm going to show exactly what it is that I am doing in the context of my trades. All right. Um, a soul never gets old, my friend. No, 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 no. And I will never grow up either. I will always be a Toys R Us kid. And if anybody tells me otherwise, I really don't care. Because I'm a kid at heart. And so in this particular day, right, we have price action coming back into balance and lazy. As you have any questions, as you have, join the community. This is all about how do we support one another. I'm actually trading in a cash account, and I'm going to go into a eval. And the reason why I'm going into an eval is to help you guys in this process. And why am I doing this? I retired from trading in 2020. Okay. Went through a really bad divorce. It was absolutely crazy. Super sorry, but I'm gonna have to leave and give or take 15 minutes. Beautiful. Okay. So I'll make this really quick, and then we'll get into the rest of the charts. What I'm trying to do here is in April I started watching. It's something, I work from home, and I was just watching stuff, and I was watching streamers, and I was all of a sudden streamers from just trading started to come on, and I'm like, oh man, these are the people that people are following and listening to. I'm like, I might come into the space and help out. And this was just in April. So I got charts, I did other things, got myself prepared and stuff, started looking at things, and I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and stream, not because individuals are out there doing bad things, not because, of anything else. I just want to utilize my expertise. But it's not just expertise in reading charts. It's not just expertise in understanding order flow. It's also about performance, the human lab performance. And what does that mean? Just because we have a plan and just because we have an idea of what it is that we want to do doesn't mean that we perform and connect and align to that plan. My job here is to demonstrate under pressure when I am not following my plan, when I'm not being intentional in my trades, when I'm not allowing conscious participation to be on the court, acting for me in my life at the live edge, so I can turn around and demonstrate how I get back on the court, how I get back into my plans, and how do we trade from that place. People following a being sold 999 courses. Yeah, exactly. I don't have a course. I don't have a book. I'm writing a book. Maybe this will be in chapter 15. And if it is, maybe I'll sell it for $120,000, get 10 people to buy it, have 1.2 million, and I'm happy. There we go. That's about as far as it's going to get. I don't have a course. I don't have anything else, right? I don't think that anybody can teach anybody else how to trade. What we can do, though, is support one another in the context of what it is that we want to do in our life, and we can move forward in that. All right. That's what I believe. And I believe it takes community. I think that we are better in a community. I think human beings need a community, and that's what it is that I am trying to create. And this is my first week in that process. Well, last week was my first full week. This is walking into my second week. I made a lot of mistakes this last week. I'm not trading live right now in my live trading in my streams, only because it's too much for me right now. Trying to learn how to teach, trying to talk to people in chat, trying to be helpful, trying to do all the other stuff and trade at the same time. Too much for my little pea brain. Okay. Also seeing this new trend of people trying to get into GEX, call put, wall and order flip level, etc. Yeah, maybe it's legit stuff. I think I've seen it work for sure, but exactly. But, right? That's the key. That's the key. I'm sure some bad people are gonna make courses of learn how to read Gex. Yeah, yeah. You got it. You lazy, you're 100% spot on. You're 100% spot on. You know, keep looking at it, keep testing it, see if it's something that can possibly work for you, and if it is, walk into it. But you have the wherewithal to be able to see the snake's oil salesman, and you're going to be able to keep yourself out of trouble. I'm not worried about you. Um, Getting back into this particular day, what I'm doing here is indexing unfair lows. What are unfair lows? Unfair lows is low volume nodes in the context of overall value, where we'll be expecting possible rejection into the markets to be rotating back into lower areas of value. And of course, that works for low volume nodes within the context of um, unfair highs and unfair lows. And so right now I'm just indexing I don't want to put an alert on there. Right now I'm just indexing my unfair highs. There we go. So my unfair highs are indexed. I don't really have a lot of information to go off of my unfair lows, so I'm just kind of picking this area right here. We are, of course, in an imbalanced market condition higher. We did come off of a gap up, but we are coming off of unfair highs up here in overall context of market symmetry. Okay, so what are we looking at? Well, we're either going to continue. This is a good area here to either look for a continuation for the trend to the upside, or we're going to start seeing a pullback because we are not getting back into the unfair highs of this previous area right here. And what is this previous area here indexing? This previous area here is indexing, well, if I can get to it. There we go. Here, this profile, right? We came up, we made our highs, we came down. We are in this little area of value in here. Price actions just coming up and down. This is the first area of correction. And then we came in and we tested the lows. We turned around, made lower lows. This is the full correction of current market. This was back in April. And then price action comes up and we're creating a distribution higher within prior value, not outside of prior value, in prior value. And we are unable right now to get into the unfair highs of that profile to come back and test the previous highs. Smash the like button. Well, actually just clicked it. Lazy, thank you so much. I really appreciate you. And then thank you for letting me or for telling me. I do have, believe it or not, I have alert boxes and stuff that are supposed to be working. I'm brand new to streaming. They're not working yet. I will get those online, but thank you so much for telling me. By the way, so you were saying you retired from trading. Would be managing crazy money for some firm or something you still trade personally? Maybe you earned enough and now just chilling super fair. So, okay, maybe I earned enough. So this is where I'm at. In 2020, I traded full time from 2008 to the end of 2019. 2008 became a prop trader until 2010. 2010, I turned around and became a retail trader where I just trading my own cash. There were times where I would do really, really well. Then I have a 20 to 30% drawdown or so. At that point in time, for the 20-30% drawdown, I never wanted to get down where I was actually blowing accounts still. I did that plenty between 98 and 08. And so I would stop about 20 to 30% drawdown. I would go back, fix my methodology or do what I was doing and then continue on. I stopped fixing my methodology in about 2014, started working with an individual named Cam Dedward. I don't think he's in the industry anymore, but he might be. He taught me order flow and auction market theory. And I started doing that until the end of 2019 when I went through an extremely bad divorce, lost everything, literally lost everything, went into this complete state of depression for a few years. Almost died in August of 2023 due to blood clots. In other words, I wasn't moving around and doing the things that I needed to be doing. I wasn't taking care of myself because of the depression. Was pretty much in a place where I was just ready to say goodbye to this world. The universe had other ideas for me, and now I am here. So that's my story, Lazy. Um, you know, good, bad, and different. That's what it is. I don't know. I decided to come out of hiding though, and so here I am, out of hiding in front of everybody, and I'm grateful that you are here, and thank you so much for your support. And this video will be around for you to rewatch if you want to, if you're interested, and I will be streaming live from 9:30 to 10:30 a.m. Monday through Friday, also from 2 p.m. to whenever. I've been streaming for like 5 hours in the afternoons, just demonstrating stuff. Yeah, I got a story, Lazy. I was in the Marine Corps, I was in the Army, I've been to Afghanistan. I've been around, my friend. I lived in 17 states from 2010 to 2016. I'm in the Witness Protection Program. Now I have to move because I said something. Damn it. Kidding. I was in consulting and trading and doing all sorts of stuff. Living my life, having a great time. I had 3 houses, Jeep SRT, Camaro, Mustang GT, Premium. I mean, I had all the toys, right? I've lived the life. And I've been on both sides of the railroad tracks. So, been on the other side as well. Coming back out of that railroad tracks and getting back on the other side. So welcome aboard. Welcome aboard to the crazy train, my friend, because we are going over to the other side. Trust me, we are going to the other side. So no, not trying to flex, not trying to flex at all, not even a little bit. Life is phases, my friend. Life is absolutely phases. We go in and out of phase all the time. I'm just trying to be real. I'm just trying to show people who I am. I'm trying to show people where I came from, not to flex, not to say, hey, look at me, not to say anything else other than to say, you know what? I'm a human being. I've made mistakes. I've done well. I've recovered from mistakes. I've made more mistakes. I've blown up my own life. I've blown up other accounts. Now I'm old enough where it's like, you know what? I'm going after this again. We're just going to make it happen, and it's going to happen, and that's all there is to it. That's where I'm at. I don't have an SRT anymore. But I am going after an Audi. An Audi. Jesus, I can speak. I am going after an Audi, though, R8. So there. Now you have an intention of mine. Oh, dude, you're definitely not a flexing type of person. I can kind of feel it in your video. Super down to earth. Someone who's learned a shit ton. And, dude, seriously. All I want to do is help people now. That's it. Maybe I get the Audi R8, but it's definitely not going to be from selling courses and doing shit like that. It's going to be from trading. That's exactly what's going to create it. And I'm almost there. I'm so close. So freaking close. Just wait. Tune in, my friend. Tune in. Join the Discord. Live the return. I don't know how to get the Discord link up there yet, but it's in one of the videos. Come on in Monday. I have a moderator. I have a mod. Is that what they're called? Moderators, whatever. Again, I'm old enough that, I don't have to use all the abbreviations. Gen X, I just don't care. I'm a smart ass, man. I like to have fun. I like to joke around. Life is too short. Life is too short to be too serious. We got to live. We have got to live. But we've got to stop allowing the subconscious programs to control our lives so we can take it back. And so we can live. We can truly live our intentions, what we were here on this earth and meant to do. That's my message. By the way, so after having 20% DD, would you say trading is something that people should try, but keep it 20% trading and 80% something else to feed trading so it's chill? getting all that knowledge from you and all of that. Watch the space. Hey, Seed, thank you. I appreciate you. Seed's been around from day one, and he's just been a total support. Great dude, great individual. I'm blessed. Same with you, Lazy. You know what, Lazy? You know what I would say to your questions there? To be honest, we're all different. We are all absolutely different. Be clear on what it is that you want, my friend. Be clear on what it is that you want. Know exactly what it is, and then live every single day that you possibly can in the moment, in the present moment, and make the shit happen. Okay? How you want to. Design your life the way that you want to design your life. Now, that's easier said than done. Okay? And here's why it's easier said than done. Because we have programming that we bring with us that keeps us from doing it, because it comes online before intentional action comes online. And then we wonder why we're not doing the things in our life that we want to be doing. We wonder why we're not achieving our goals. We wonder why we're not living the life that we want to live. Okay? I'm here to help you with that. That's what this community is all about. Join me. Come along with me. If this is the crazy train that you want to be aboard on, this is the life that you want to live, let's go on the crazy train together and let's get to the destination. All right? Everybody's different. Everybody is different, and we really have to get in touch with our intentions. When you do, and you start aligning your actions to your intentions, and you start living that fulfilled life of aligned intentions, then you're going to start seeing some of those answers for yourself, and you're going to be able to start changing your perception, and you're going to be able to start growing new plants, right? And it's going to change your harvest, which is your results of your life. Yeah, well, I'm not a surface level individual, man. If you're here for surface stuff and you just want to just be at the surface and shallow, it's not me, right? We're going to go over to a cliff. We're going to jump right into the deepest portion of the Pacific Ocean, and we're just going to learn to swim. And if we don't, you know what? We're going to drown. But you know what happens when you drown? You come back. Why? Because you're still here the next day. It's making mistakes. There's nothing you can't do in your 20s that you can't overcome in your 30s. There's nothing you can't undo in your 30s that you can't overcome in your 40s. I'm living frickin' proof. All right? Don't just take my words for what they are. I'm living proof. I made more mistakes in my 20s than I did anything else. I didn't actually start becoming successful until about 32, 33 years old. I was a late bloomer, a lot of trauma in the past, daddy issues, daddy wasn't there, right? Slept around. I mean, God, man, I did it all, right? And then my 30s, I started waking up, started doing, not waking up as in, oh, you got to wake up, right? Yeah, the Matrix. Goodness, people. But it's all about becoming comfortable in your own skin, where you can look at yourself in your own eyes in the mirror and say, you know what? I love you, Tony. And you mean it. I'm going to join the Discord too. Yes, maybe tomorrow we'll be going here. And if you want some things done. Lazy, thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for coming in and speaking to me. I truly, truly, truly appreciate you. Welcome to the community. Welcome to the community. We're building a group of really good people. And you know what, Tony, I've made up my intentions. When I want to be that person, when you make mistakes on trades, I step in and remind you. Well, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's what life is. It's about making mistakes and moving on, right? It's just moving on. Sorry your shorts, damn. You've been trying hard on YouTube, man. It's a bit slow, but I'm sure you'll get definitely more people joining. You know what? I just started in January. I've already had like 200 uploads. So, people say, oh, well, you're grinding. And then no, the difference between grinding and actually doing what I'm doing is passion, and not passion for a direction or life or whatever it is. It's intention. It's just living intentionally, and just shit starts happening. This is the way I look at it. If I want to be successful doing what it is right now, I need to make so much damn content that's inevitable that I'm successful, period. And that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing, Lazy. But I'm not making content where it's like I'm going to run out of ideas in a few months, and a few years I'm going to be, no, I don't care. If it takes 3, 5, 6 years, whatever, I don't care. Eventually it's going to happen. Something's going to happen, it's going to go viral, and then that's it, right? But I'm still doing it. I'm still doing it. So yeah, that's how good I want to be from what I learned from you. Well, Seed, thank you. I do. I appreciate it. And you know what? You have to remember, you're already that good. Because see, once we have an intention and we can see that person, we're already that person. The only thing we have to do is align our actions and walk into it. And then we start the becoming process of becoming that person. But that person today already exists because they exist within you through intention. Sounds good, Lazy. You enjoy. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the follows and stuff, just the support. Truly appreciate you and look forward to you joining the community, sir. You have yourself an amazing Sunday and be safe out there. Enjoy. All right. God, this is so amazing. I love this. It's just random people crossing your path, and it's that energy. It's that alignment. It's nothing like it. That's what I live for today. I used to live for material purpose, and now it's much more about this. And sometimes, you know what? If you really want something materially, sometimes you just have to go after it because there's a part of you that really needs it. And sometimes you just have to do things for that part of you, if that makes any sense. Yep, see, let's carry on. Exactly. Okay, so we have our areas, we've got our stuff going on. We're already starting to break out to the upside a little bit. Whoa, 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 whoa. What is going on? Why are we at 12 o'clock? Did I fast forward this or something? Oh, I did. Oh, shoot. Okay, well, we're hitting reset. See what I mean? Oh, do dumb stuff all the time. Whatever. At least I'm doing it in front of everybody. I'm authentic about it. Well, we have our plan, we have our areas. Our areas are marked on our short term charts, they're marked on our long term charts. They're all just good to go. I'm not going to though, Seed. I'm not going to. And this is why. Yes, I saw where price was there, but you know what? If you look at my plan, that's exactly where I was expecting price to go anyhow. So it's not going against, it's not doing anything else. I really want to get into the order flow, and I really want to figure out, and I really want to practice, not figure out, but I really want to practice. Um, I really want to practice using inventory to trade around these areas. So this is an area from the day before, support and resistance, that I had created. This is one of the reasons why I wanted to trade this day. And this was the other day. This is the other area right here. We're trading in value right now. So what I'm going to be looking for are a move possibly be back down into the 963. But chances are that's probably not going to happen. So what we're going to want to do is wait until the 9:45, and we're going to want to see if we get into a market shift above initial balance, and then look for a possible move to the upside from initial balance. The other thing that we can do is, if price action has good support area at the bottom of initial balance, then we can turn around and look for long positions there. But the thing that you have to remember is we are in a P shape here. We're going to be looking for this area to develop, possibly to develop into a double distribution where we move up into this area. Instead of trying to look short up here, we're looking for rotational price action moving into the double distribution day. All right. And the reason being is we're already above this profile. The overnights, London and Asia were nice and strong. And so we're looking for that continuation into the US session. What we're not going to do, though, Seed, is add to this day in our numbers, okay? In our end of day revenue and expense, because we did see by 12:30 that this market was up a lot. All right. So I know that I'm biased to the upside because of that, but I want to catch this market shift, right? We're trading down initial balance. We have this area balance that we're in. I want to see how the long developed because we didn't see that. And I want to see how I develop into that direction. See if I can see it, see if I can catch it. That's the key. So we have a lot of sellers coming into the markets right now. We do have our auction up here. So we have resistance above us. We have sellers here. We have a seller below us. But I mean, this seller, I'm not concerned about. It's 16-1, right? All we did was create a low. I want to see what happens when we test this low. That's the important thing, right? Do we see buyers stepping in around at below the low and see sellers drying up, or do we see sellers getting aggressive or watching price action, break through and developing volume? Now look, see at this low, right? We don't have buyers stepping in, okay, but we do have the same pretty close to numbers of sellers stepping in. We have a seller of 75 right here at the low, and we can't make a lower low. This is when I'm talking about buyer absorption, right? We have selling pressure coming in, but it's unable to make a lower low. So I'm anticipating this area to be tested, this low to possibly break, and I'm looking to see if we get sellers heavy in this area, or we see them starting to... I'm hiding the price. What price am I hiding? What can't you see? Oh, I'm hiding the price. Oh, goodness gracious. You know what? What I'm going to do is I'm just going to do this and this and the logo and where is it? Where is it? Which one is it? There we go. It's this one. There we go. Okay. So I'm not hiding anything now. We should be good. All right. So price action just traded directly down, right? Beautiful. It's 9:34. We're just waiting for price action to do its thing. And we do have a buy area below us right down here. Maybe we'll get lucky and price action will come down into the 958. Wouldn't that be nice? But now we have clear areas of... Let's get rid of these for right now. These are indexed from a prior day. We have a clear area of resistance here. Let's extend this out, and a clear area of support right here. Let's clear this out. And where did price action just test back into? Price action just tested back into where sellers were aggressive into this area of what was once where the sellers were, which is now resistance, and we're pushing down now and testing the low. And this whole area now is nothing but auction. Let's see what happens at the low. I don't want to buy this high yet. One, it's too early in the morning. We do have nice down pressure from the open, and so I want to be patient, but I want to see what happens when price action comes back and tests this area, because I'm anticipating it to do such, especially after this nice move. And if it doesn't, that's okay. We don't need it to, because what we're going to do is see what it does up here in this area, and that's either going to allow us to go long, or we're going to be looking for a continuation to the downside. Sweet. See? We can fix things. It's all good. Let's see. Is it this one or nope, it's this. See? I'm learning all my little shortcuts here for my keyboard to cycle this through, so it's much easier for me to do. I was struggling with it last week, so I'm not going to be struggling with it this week. Nice. All right. So we have our areas of support and resistance. We have our areas where we're looking for potential shorts into the market. We have our areas where we're looking for potential longs into the market. Of course, if we break this to the upside, we're looking long. We got all sorts of stuff going on. We're just going to wait for price action to tell us, well, really time, so we can start entering into positions. But it's so nice now, though, that I can just do whatever line I want to anywhere, and it just pops up. Like, for example, I can turn around and, well, do I want to do that? Probably not. I shouldn't mess with anything. I'm going to, though. Shiva, how are you? Welcome back. It's good to see you. I'm hoping that you are having a wonderful, wonderful Sunday. You had a great evening. And so this is kind of the pullback. I was hoping for a pullback into here. We do have this area of support in here. If I was really watching this at that time, I was messing around with the other time frame chart. I would be looking for a long here. Good, Shiva. So I'm also on my actual charts, right? And so this is my volume profile for all sessions. This is my volume profile down here for the US session only. And then this is my long-term chart where I put my developing volume in for my volume profile and my custom profile. And this of course is my entry chart for my entry areas. I'm indexing support off of what I call the auctions, the participation of buyers and sellers within close proximity. I'm indexing the possible resistance that we have in here, and then the possible support around the lows. And I'm getting, it's 9:38, so this is August 9th. Well, no, April 9th. April. Let me look, make sure I get the date correct on that. We are on April 9th. And so I'm actually just going through and doing this on every day from April for about an hour and a half. I start at 8:30 on the day. I do my pre-market analysis, exactly what it is that I'm doing for building my own plans, and then I'm going to turn around and trade around those plans. I am going to go ahead and get into one here. I'm getting in a little bit late. I did create that flashing screen there for my entries. That way individuals, if they're looking away or whatever, they know when I am getting in. And I am looking at getting in around this area. So if price action comes down into this area, I will be looking for another entry point. This is much higher than I wanted to get into, but whatever at this point in time. I want to get into this here in case We just decide to go up, especially from this movement here. But if we get below this area here, I will be entering another position. And so seed, what I'm doing here, right, is utilizing inventory. I'm just utilizing it in a different way. Instead of asset management, right, I'm going to trade around areas. And like here we have an $895 risk. I enter around here someplace, it's going to drop our entry. It doesn't have to go as far to hit profit targets. And then our risk will be, less than $1,500 because it was entering lower. I'm going to scalp one out, and then I'm going to hold one for whatever targets I'm looking for. I am still looking for the targets like we were doing before. So I am going to be looking at getting out of one here, right below the resistance. This is initial balance. It's before 945. I don't really want to carry this is just picking up that initial inventory increase first thing in the morning off the first rotation of initial balance. Shiva, that looks cool. Pretty much my setup, volume profile. But I love it. I love it. Shiva, it's great to find kindred spirits, and I'm still absolutely amazed that you figured all of this out on your own. Little jelly, if I'm honest, I'm really not, but I mean seriously, kudos to you to figuring all of this out. You're amazing, and thank you for being here and sharing your perspective. Um, yeah, I love the collaboration. I love the direction. I love the fact that we're doing something very similar. That's smart and awesome. Yeah, she's amazing. Shiva she's yeah. I'm giving her the crown of intelligence. Hell of a lot smarter than I am. Um, she did. She figured all this stuff out on her own, and then she figured out a lot of this stuff from a book. So amazing, amazing. I am attracting amazing people. So I mean, it tells something about me. I must be amazing too if I'm attracting amazing people. If like attracts like, so I'm throwing myself into the mix. But I definitely point out talent when I see it, and Shiva is definitely talented. Um, what do we have going on over here? YouTube. Okay, perfect. So it's continue going. You're being kind, Tony. Thank you. And I'm being oh, misgender. I am so sorry. So sorry, I misgendered you. I apologize. I should have asked, and I wasn't even thinking about it, even though I said so. Yes, he. I apologize. Thank you for telling me, and thank you for telling me so kindly. No, I mean seriously, Shiva, you're amazing. I mean, the fact that you learned all of this stuff on your own, it's absolutely amazing, and it's something that should be recognized in my viewpoint, and it's something that should absolutely 100% be spoken. You've done a great job with all of this, and where you're at and what you're doing. So amazing. Love it. Well done. And thank you for being so kind about my my how would you even word that? I don't know. I'm not even going to try to. You know what I'm trying to say. The misdefinition of gender. There we go. Took me a second to come up with that terminology. Jesus. All right. So what I'm looking for here is a continuation to the upside. Why? Look what we did. We closed, right? We came off of initial balance just a little bit, okay? But we came right into this area of support resistance. We have another area of communication of buyers and sellers just above us. I am looking for a break here. If we come back down into these areas down in here, like this area of conversation, I will be looking for another entry to get back into the long. and I'm probably going to end up putting my stop for everything right here in this area, but I will be adding another one. I'm doing this in case if it goes. Now, Shiva, you weren't here for this, right? When I was doing this, when I was doing my pre-market analysis on this particular day, okay, what I was doing was doing my pre-market analysis. Somebody else came in. I was talking to them for a little bit. I actually put this on a higher speed of movement, so it was times 8. We did see the 1230 mark, but and the market was pretty up on this day. So I'm not adding this day into my profit or loss numbers as I'm working on my back testing and what it is that I am doing. But this is not a position from that biasness. This is a position from this long. We are creating conversation above us here, and we have our support down in here that we're coming in and rejecting off of. I'm looking at this bar to possibly create a lower low, and I want to see if it does, if we have if sellers start drying up or if buyers start getting aggressive. So if we look here, right, as we're coming into these lows, we have 123 sellers, 71 sellers, right? And then we only have a few sellers into here. Now we have dropped into that area, into this lower area, but I'm not into an area yet of where I would want to add into the position. So I'm just going to hold off onto my add. I'm looking at that as an extension of whatever. You know, you can call it what you want to in all of this. I'm not calling it anything. I'm just looking at it as a range extension to the downside. And we do have a selling pressure up here. So I want to kind of watch this and see what happens a little bit. You know, because of the break and the pullback to the zone, exactly, 100%. And I'm just looking for a continuation move to the upside to scalp it for possible momentum. That momentum did not come in, but structure is holding. So I'm staying with structure right now, moving up into what I would expect of unfair highs around 113, with the entry around 100. So the 13 up here, 1213 area could act as a level of resistance, but I like this bar right here. I like this initial move. It's just not playing out at the moment, right? But now, though, if you look at your sellers, 77, 41, 33, right? We have 95, 33, 34, but look at the buyers. The buyers are starting to increase here. So now the question is, are our buyers strong, right? Or are they absorbing the sellers? And if they are, we should get back over the open of this bar. If not, that's not rejection, acceptance. We should be expecting a lower low. Looks like 2550 is for the grabs. Yes. I completely agree. That's why I have my stop below there. If we start coming in here, I will move my stop down. This is just for a number reference for me at the moment and for a catastrophic move. But if we come down into this area, I'm going to be adding into the position. And then I'm scalping one, and then I'm holding one in case we do become imbalanced higher. It's a good call, Shiva. Absolutely, 100%. And I think that what you're looking at there is this, right? The high volume within the bars, the VPOCs. That's what you're looking at. And I'm looking at, and it's the same area is the same thing, right? This is what we were talking about yesterday. That's why I'm pointing it out to you to show you that's my other area, the 2550s and the 2555s. I got into this position in case it just went. But if it comes down to this area, I'm 100% adding. Yep. Exactly. No, we are kindred spirits, sir. And I do have equity from that original trade of 570 this morning that I do have to work with. I will be working off of a static drawdown and the prop account that I'm going to choose to use. And Shiva, just so you know, I'm not doing cash because individuals are coming in and most of them are trying to trade through prop accounts. Prop accounts are, in my viewpoint, created to work against you, not for you, and their risk reward ratio. And I want to try to teach people how to do it, but I can't do that if I can't do it myself. But I'm not going to go to a high watermark account. I am going into a static drawdown account to do so. And so I just want to be completely upfront with you on that because you understand these things. Yeah, and honestly, in this day and age, doing it with props actually makes more sense. Because you have the evaluation, you can get funded before you do brokerage, which is just the same thing. It just actually makes a lot of sense. Now, of course, with this bar here, I'm looking at a full rotation now. We've already traded through. There is no place here to add. We're looking much more onto the bearish side right now than we are the long side. And I'm looking at this, right, with this bar, with this area up here, in, near, and around. I'm really looking at this and I'm saying, okay, in my viewpoint of my trading, I really should be looking short in here, rather than long. But I took that long position and we're running with it. But I do need to be careful of that in my own analysis, being honest with my own trading. And I am going to go ahead and enter another position here. Because I am in the area here. I'm getting buyers in here. I'm getting buyers over here. Nice down bar. We're probably going to come down and test this low, but I'm still looking at the long side. And with the 570 up, I'm still looking at the 1800, and the prop account, I'll have 5,000 of drawdown to work with. So I'm still kind of in the wheelhouse of that as well. I'd like to have a little bit less risk, but we're going with what we have right now. Got stopped down 1600 for the day so far. And now it's just a matter of hunting for the next position. We have the long side here, and I did figure out how to get my lines working where I want them. We have the newest area of support just came into the market. The 2525, which one is that? The 25, the 2525. No, I actually got this from the shorter time frame. I got this from this right here. But I see what you're looking at though. The 25, maybe I do. Is this it right here? Yeah, the 25, 25, 25, 30, 20. Too many numbers. 25, 26, 25, 23 would be the VPOC of, well, the lower VPOC, if you will, of developing value. So it's it's still a magnet, but for me, it's the magnet of high volume in this area, right? So you have the high volume node or the VPOC of this bar around the 2525, right? What I'm indexing is the same thing, but this whole area of possible support here within conversations of buyers and sellers getting aggressive around the same prices. Just broke the low by one tick, right? We have over 100 sellers over here. Sellers are starting to dry up over here. Do we see buyers stepping back into the market here? VPOC just dropped, right? So we have this seller that's coming in. If we come back above here, we might have a trapped seller below us, but we have to come up above here before we can determine that. Now we extended the range by only a couple of ticks. We're starting to get some higher level of selling in here, but we didn't push down any farther. This is a good entry for a very, very low risk, which I need low risk right now because I've already risked that the large amount earlier today, right? But this is a nice area of support. Working off of this area, I waited for the buyer confirmation to come in because of the sellers at the low. Now we're finding the resistance here again where the buyer stepped in. We're stepping back at the low again. This is probably going to come back down and create another range extension lower. And if it does, I'm going to reverse myself and look for a continuation to the downside. Once the buys goes above the buys, we can buy. Basically, yes. Absolutely. I was looking for confirmation there off of the low. A lot of times, if we see buyers coming in, we didn't get the buyers really stepping into here, but we also have the sellers there. So I wanted to see us rotate a little bit higher above where the buyers were for me to really step into that. And I'm looking for a continuation play possibly down to here. This is just not a good day for me right now. I'm just trading around initial balance, and I've been long this whole time, and I took the short expecting a possibility for the downside, and it didn't happen. So I need to, and the short side I should have never done because we never got a close below initial balance. I get excited sometimes looking at the volume at the lows. And I need to stop doing that. That's something I need to work on. That is definitely something I definitely need to work on. And I also need to work on too, trying to go long in the initial balance area at the high, because I should be anticipating, since we didn't break out of this area, we didn't get a close above it, we're going to be rotating back into the lower levels of value. This is what I mean, right? This is why it's the Human Performance Lab. We have patterns in our brain that determine perception, okay? And what we perceive information from our environment through our senses. So our senses pick up information, and then our brains generalize, distort, and delete that information, neuro-linguistic programming, right, to determine our behavior. And I have behaviors of going short below in initial balance and going long in initial balance highs. And it's opposite of auction market theory. And basically what I'm doing is I'm trying to sell lows and I'm trying to buy highs, anticipating a potential breakout to the market. Auction market theory tells us that we should be buying the lower range of rotation and selling the higher ranges of rotation. And I'm doing just the opposite. Now, this is why I'm practicing, because I know that I'm doing this. And what I'm doing right now is being aware of it. I'm being cognizant of it. I'm calling it out in myself, and I'm acknowledging it, and I'm accepting it. And now I'm focused. I'm hyper focused on this right now. I'm focused, and the urgency is in the present moment. I'm not berating myself. I'm not trying to create a story that supports my previous actions. I'm actually coming in and saying, okay, I'm here. What do I want to be doing differently? And this is the exact process that starts to mark our neuro-linguistic wires for change. and then we take new action, which now I've done. I've bought into this area, right? Back into this area because we don't have a close below. We're testing into this area here. If I see buyers starting to support this area, it's a reasons for me to add another position. I'm right exactly doing what I need to be doing in order to be able to change those wires. Yeah, it did happen yesterday too, and I did it again today. Exactly. Which means that I'm still repeating the same patterns. And so I've got to be aware of that. I've got to be cognizant of that, but that's why I'm practicing, right? Because it's this where in this practice is where I'm going to get better at the live edge. And the practice is where I want to make that change, not at the live edge. And thank you for pointing that out for me too, Seed. I appreciate that. This is why community is so important, right? Because we're blind to what we're blind to our own processes until we become aware of them. And community helps us support that. Now, one of the things that I don't like about price action coming in here and holding this stop where it's at is we're below support now. And price action could continue lower. We've near a close below initial balance. We don't have a close. Price action was where it was and closed in here. We have a close below, which could be a market shift or a continuation play, possible continuation play to the downside. A price action rejected where the buyers got aggressive in this area, right? And now we're back above the VPOC of these areas and also from the support of the auction over here. So the buy is still absolutely in play. We're just not seeing price action move higher yet to prove that this is actual support and buyers are willing to participate in these areas. See, this channel isn't designed to explain away bad trades, right? This whole channel is designed to understand what's creating the result and then analyze what's happening there. So the experiment itself is the entry, and then we analyze the data after the entry. What's going on? What's happening? Is that is that the result that we're looking for? If not, we've got to adjust the experiment, which means that we have to adjust where we're entering and how we're exiting. Want to break with a full candle, it will be a market shift. Yeah. Not necessarily break with a full candle. What we need is a close below initial balance. Okay. So we need a close below our initial balance. And then we need I would like to see price action go below these areas of lows, right? So close below, price action move below these lows to create a lower low, and then a movement back to the auction so we can test, right? We're testing to see if buyers respond again, and then price action breaks back off of that. There's the short. So it looks more like this. Price action moves down below here, closes, right? Doesn't have to close in here. It can close up here. It can close up here, right? We want to see an extension to the downside. And then we want to see price action move back into this area, reject, and come back down. And right in here would be the short, someplace in this area. Yeah. Now price action is starting to move higher. Okay. We have two contracts on right now. We're only up about 200. I want to give this time to develop. I'm looking for a move above here. We just kind of broke the area. We have a buyer here, which means that we can rotate back down. I don't want to get out of my first position on a rotation, so I am not going to trail this stop yet. I'm not going to make the mistake that I did yesterday as well in this process. Now I'm going to go ahead and put one in here. Okay. And I'm going to grab another stop below here. So I only have one. That way, when we get here, we only have one stop. And if it just moves down quickly, I'm not short one where I didn't want to be. What are color references for SIB, BIB? Okay, what's SIB and BIB? And I might be able to answer your question. um, SIB, BIB. I'm not familiar with those acronyms. Your book taught me something my mentor didn't teach me, Shiva. See? So we're locking in 315 in profit now, right? From that move. We're holding on to our one. I'm not moving my stop to a break even yet because if we come back and rotate back into this area, I'm adding another one. We did close above this area. We do have, I'm going to go ahead and buy another one. The reason why I'm buying another one here is because we closed above, we're testing back into this area of support. I'm already long. I'm anticipating this to hold to move higher, and we have another position for a scalp after we got out of our initial scalp from the drawdown. Um, it's TCI, yeah. Um, seller imbalances. Okay, seller imbalances, a buyer imbalances. Okay, I got you now. I just never heard, I've never seen the acronyms like that. Okay, so what was the initial? What are the color references for seller imbalances, buyer? Okay, are you talking about the dots? Is that what you're looking at? When you're talking about color references, I'm just trying to figure out what you're defining the imbalances on my screen, and I want to make sure that we're talking about the same things. Yeah, okay. So the the magenta, pink, whatever you want to call them, these are where sellers are getting more aggressive in prices within the footprint. Okay. So let me blow this up a little bit. So as you can tell here, right, we have 34 sellers comparatively to 15, 54 over 29, 80 over 68, 87 over 43, but we have 420 over 107, right? So this is a nice strong imbalance with 420 on the offer, 107 on the bid. The cyan is telling me that there's more buyers here than there are sellers. That's what that's telling me. So the cyan is the blue side, the offers are heavier. The magenta or the pink is the bid size. The sellers are heavier. And some of these imbalances are pretty strong, like the 175 and 40. But as you can tell here, the 105 and 109, right, for VPOC, and VPOC is telling you here that that total volume is more than any place else in the bar between the two. What I'm looking for is the difference, the imbalance between the two. So instead of just the total volume, I'm looking for the areas of the imbalance between the two. And like here, that imbalance is not near as strong as some of the others, right? That's why I don't trade off of the dots. Because if you're looking at 35 comparatively to 20, you're only looking at a 15 difference. But when you look at 122 comparatively to 36, right? That just so happens to be that same VPOC area. This so happens to be the same VPOC area. But when you come over here to the 147 and 97, right? I'm looking at the 161.31, the 163.31, and that's not the VPOC. So sometimes it's VPOC, sometimes it's not. I like the imbalances. Now let me see what's going on here because we just rejected off of that area and I should have been moving my stop based off of this information here. And I didn't. I didn't trail my stop and I meant to. So we took a much larger expense there than I was intending because of that. Rude. And what happened there? Nice big down sell, reversal, reversal. Now we broke through the lows, but we don't have a close. We're going to have to buy this again. We don't have a choice in the matter. We have to buy this. We're putting our stop in here. And the reason why I'm saying we don't have a choice in the matter is because we're still holding the support. We're getting tails in here, but nothing is telling us short. And we're coming back up into the area where the buyers are testing, right? So I'm going to add in again, because now if we come through here after testing where the strong buyers, sellers were at the bottom, we could get momentum, and I want to scalp out that second momentum. And if I get stopped here, then, that's going to be it for the day. I'm not going to be able to take more positions just because of risk. Am I okay to add CVD? Yeah, I can. And if I do, it looks like, is this it? No. Is it down here? I don't think so. I think it is here. So, you know what? Let's try this. Let's just see what happens. I will try to do the delta bar. I already have the delta bar in here. Oh, you know what? I think I turned it off. I think it's on. I think I just turned it off. Here, give me just 1 second. Let me get out of that. Let me get one stop in here. 380. We're looking for the highs to break. I'm going to move my stop in here, locking in 145 right now. Let me get back into my indicators real quick. Where is my delta bar? It's right here. Why isn't it on? I shut it. It was on. I shut it off. Is it here? No. Yes. No. Okay. Let me figure out what's going on here and why it's not on. There we go. Is that what you're looking for? And so in this, right, we have very strong selling. In here, we didn't have as strong selling. I should have been moving that up too, and I wasn't even paying attention to that. And see, this is another thing too. Seed, right? Throw this into Tony's things that he needs to work on. Until I can be on here, and Shiva, don't stop asking questions, please. Don't stop getting me to look at things. What I need to learn to do is manage my positions and come back to answer questions. Nobody's going to have a problem with me waiting to answer a question if I'm in a trade and I'm managing the position first before I answer the question. Okay? Nobody's pinning that on me, that the need to answer the question now. I'm pinning that onto myself. Until I can start trading live, I need to be able to do that now, and I need to be able to do that going live and be okay not answering a question while I'm managing a trade. But until I can do that consistently here, I can't go live. I have to stay sim while I'm trading in the live sessions that I do in the mornings. Shiva, that is nothing on you by any stretch of the imagination. That's me. I'm recognizing that issue inside of myself. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Thing is, as you are aware, just wanted to know who is dominating the price, market buyers. Exactly. Yes. That's exactly what I was looking at here too, right? Who's dominating? Like right here, sellers came back in stronger, right? But price action immediately rejected. And so going into the long side here is absolutely spot on. The market is just not giving us the increase in price. It's much more rotational, right? But why is it rotational? Because we're trading in balance, and I'm trying to take positions in balance, not waiting for what we would expect for the imbalance and the rejection. So part of what's going on too is I'm just not being patient enough, partially because I need to be done trading by 1040 for my current work situation. But also so I only have an hour to trade, but also I have a psychological need to be in the market and demonstrate for individuals, which is another issue that I have to deal with, which I'm doing live, right? VPOC 25, 40, how sellers accumulated. Yes, 100%. And I have that actually up on, and so VPOC for me, at least my VPOC is now shifted to the lower area because of this rotation down here into the 25, 26 and a half. Okay. So I have 25, 26 and a half, but I have, as it's happening, this is also delta as well. But I don't have it set to pin at 0. I have it set to accumulate between sessions. And a lot of people don't do that in their delta. And we absolutely see a decreasing in delta through the accumulation distribution, the accumulation of price around VPOC, 100%. Yep. And so these are the psychological issues that I need to deal with. And what I love about being live with this is to be able to demonstrate that with individuals instead of just sitting here and talking about trading psychology, right? Demonstrating my own issues and then what I do about that. Because everybody's going to have their own psychological issues and everybody's going to have their own ways of dealing with it. But to be able to demonstrate it gives individuals now a chance to be able to put that into practice for themselves in a way that works for them. And I want to see what happens if price action comes down into this area, because this is my area to buy. I'm trying to scalp out of this area due to the accumulation of buyers and sellers at the low of our range. But nothing has told me yet that it's time to buy. So I'm still trading off of the short-term charts, not my long-term perspective. And the short-term charts, why am I trading off of those? Because it's and I like trading off of them first thing in the morning. These trades here are working really well for me. But I need to remember, if we don't break out of the initial balance area after the initial pullback, we are with high probability going to come back and test the other side. That's what I need to remember. So I'm in that reversal. And what's funny, Seed, when I did this on my own this morning, right, in my own trading, and I was putting the trades in the trading section of Discord, that's exactly what I was doing. And that day I just so happened to be up $10,000. Now I'm down 3,700 because I'm doing just the opposite. And something's triggering me to do the opposite when I'm live. And I don't know what that is yet. I'm not aware of it. And until I'm aware of it, I can't change it. I'm just aware that I'm doing it, if that makes sense. And so we still have sellers accumulating into here, right? And then we have our low, which was put in on April 8th at around 2:30, an accumulation delta. And we could see a lower low below that, but delta is still not down in that area either. Now we have rejection in here, but we don't have participants. So I'm anticipating this low to break because we don't have participants in here and coming in aggressively on the buyer sell side. So I think this low is a weak low. I think eventually we're going to come back and break this low before price action starts moving higher. I still trade much better on my own than I do in live. And one of these days, they're going to be equal. And when they are, that's when we start pushing the gas pedal. And I think a lot of it has to do with the way my brain works in teaching this is very different than my brain works in trading this. I think that's part of it. Oh, exactly. Say, I'm definitely going to have room to recover. I mean, this doesn't upset me at all, right? This is the best part about this. I have you guys in here. I'm trading this. I have you guys in here. You guys are so supportive. You are helping me tremendously get myself to that place, and I'm very, very, very grateful. And I love this opportunity. I wish that I was doing better at this point in time, but if I keep doing what it is that I am doing, that better it's just right around the corner. And the community is growing that's going to allow that to manifest itself. And I'm very grateful and having fun through the process too. So yeah, peer pressure. She 100%, right? You guys are a bunch of bullies. Why are you bullying me? Oh man. And I've never been one that's like the spotlight. I've never been one that likes the, you know, I've always kind of seen myself being more behind the scenes, and now I've got this light in front of me, right? That's like my spotlight, and doing this live, it's very, very, very different. Why I decided to do this, I'm not sure. I'm glad I did. I'm grateful. Um, it's just, I don't know, it's just very different. And that right there was the signal for another long. We tested, we came back in, right? We tested, we came back in, we tested the buyers, we broke by one tick, right? Sellers start to dry up. We have 46.31, some selling down here at the low, but then we have the buyers step in, the bar becomes an up bar, and there's the long. Exactly, see, that's exactly it. We're helping each other. And I mean, this is just, it's absolutely an amazing process, right? I'd be much farther along my own trading if I wasn't doing this, but then I wouldn't be doing it in community, and I'd be complaining about that too. So, you know. So I would much rather learn this, learn this now than and then being able to trade rather than being able to trade, being upset that I don't, that it's just me, and then trying to build a community and have to start all over. You perform bad too under the spot. It's Shiva. We a lot of us do, right? But I'm gonna figure this out. This is worth me figuring it out, right? I mean, look at it. Look at my analysis. Look what I'm doing, right? Because Shiva, you're doing a lot of the same things. I mean, how well auction market theory performs, right? And if we just allow it to perform through us, if I just allow auction market theory to perform through me, unless uh, allow auction market theory to perform through me rather than me trying to perform for you. Okay, new day. New day. See, I have something new to test. Now I have an experiment worth running. Okay. Auction market theory perform through me. Okay, we're going to try this. Let's see here, the 10th, and we're going to the other chart, that's why. All right. So we're going to go 10 04 2026 08 30, put it on 1, and we're going to put it on set. And then oh, I love this idea. I already have ideas running in my head right now of how I'm going to do this. Okay, I'm spot on. I feel great at the moment. I'm let's see. It didn't change the times. Oh, let me put the time in there real quick. And we just did the 9th, and it reset to the 9th for some reason. Okay, so let's do the 10th at 8:30 reset. Couple bad entries don't define anything. Absolutely. No, they don't. They don't define anything at all. Here's my idea, right? When I'm trading and I'm trading in here, I've been trying to perform as a trader. And my idea that just came to me is instead of trying to perform as a trader, allow auction market theory to perform through me. Let my areas perform through me. Let my analysis perform through me rather than me trying to perform through trading. To me, that's a mindset shift, and I like how that feels. I like how that runs off my tongue, if that makes any sense. It's really resonating with me. I like that idea a lot. So let me get this over here and get my PMA done so you guys can watch what I'm doing in the context of my PMA. And what we're looking at here overall, I'm just going to do an overall. So first of all, this is our main profile. I'm not doing this. I did it too much and it's catching up. I wish it would stop. Okay, thank you. Goodness. So now I need to make it a little bit wider so I can. This chart here takes a while to do anything with. So I've got to give it a little bit of time to do what it's doing. So overall, okay, these are my two major areas. And in the context of these areas, it's very much a double distribution. In between these two areas, this is my primary area of shorts. And this is my primary area of longs. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to index an area that's of very importance to me. And this is an overlap of both unfair lows and unfair highs in an area of contention that I'm anticipating rotation in that area, even though it's in current profile unfair highs and lows. and unfair highs. But I'm anticipating more of a rotation in that area, and I really don't want that to be a pinpoint of where I'm looking at going long. Then I have my long positions in here. So now I'm going to turn around, mark this for a green, and there it is. Now, these are my primary areas, my shorts, my longs, and this little area up here I can index for another area of possible short positions. Done. This chart is done. I'm putting baby in the corner. All right, baby's in the corner. Now, we have this area here for our longs, our shorts. This area just so happens to be actually in prior area of value from this from this place. Couple of oh yeah, I already answered that. And this here actually is indexed much lower to here. But then this one is much wider in here. And this area here is actually indexed into value of the prior profile. And with that being a value in the prior profile, I don't want to take scalps or really a short from this area. I want to take scalps from it. If we come off this area, I'm anticipating this is my expectation from this blue area. Okay, I'm just going to draw it. Maybe it'll make a little bit more sense. Can I draw on this one? Yes, I can. So what we're going to do is anticipating price action to drop here. But if it does, I'm anticipating it to be more rotational in this area. I don't want to be in the rotation. So I'm going to look for a breakout, pullback, short for a scalp opportunity, and move back into value area low. That's my anticipation for this area and why I have it colored differently. Now, this chart, we have our area of value, which was here. Price action broke below the low of this bar here. I need to put a profile right here. And in this profile, I want to extend this. Beautiful. Now I want to get back onto the profile. Thank you. We're going to break it down just a little bit. So it doesn't need to be that wide. Now this whole area here is looking at potential shorts, but I really want to index my shorts in this area. And this area. I can now move this back here. I can bring this here just so it's consistent with the other charts. I think that might be better for everybody involved that are watching this. so they understand a little bit more about just continuity between the time frames, I think is will be helpful for people. And then that's not going to move. So now I have this area in here, which is all for my longs. Now we're going to extend that. This, to be honest, the similarities in the chart layouts comparing to mine unknowingly boosted my confidence 100%. It boosts mine too, to be honest with you, Shiva. Um, no, you're spot on. You're spot on, man. I'm telling you, you're good to go, and we're on the right track, 100%. Okay, so that's the area. This one here I need to be very careful of, and for whatever reason I can't delete it, I can't get rid of it. But there's something interesting here that I want to take a look at. I have this range here. I have this area in here, but this range, I got a shelf of volume, but it's this range. And if I look at this range, I can put this through here over to here, and I can index those lows. I'm going to grab this area of this shelf. But I'm not going to mark this green. I'm going to mark this that. Oh, I like this. Okay, and this is why. This is my area down here to go long. This is my area to add anticipating rejection / price action ranging through that area. This is the area I want to scalp from because I'm anticipating it to come up, scalp, come back, scalp, come back, scalp, come back, breakout. Not necessarily that many times, but that's what this area is for. And marking a different color will be absolutely helpful for me. Now, put that chart to bed. Let's hit. Was it not set? Oh no. Do I have to do all that all over again? I really hope it was on the 10th. We'll see. We'll see what happens. No, and I love that you're doing the same thing, and I love that we're speaking the same language, and I love that you're here, and I love your questions and just everything about this. It's like, there's a level of continuity that's coming with all of it, and it's a beautiful thing. Beautiful thing. News at 8:30 was actually at 8:28, so this was before news. So if anybody is wondering if news is out to people before the general public, 100% yes. I'm not into the whole yeah, I did the wrong day, so I got to do that over again. I don't know what day that was. I don't know what happened. Um But you know what I am going to do? I am going to hit play on this at 1. I'm going to let it move and do its thing while I'm doing this because that's exactly what would happen at the live edge. So now I have the P, I have this, I have areas below me, but I don't have anything. So here is this profile. I have this area of overlapping. I want this to be my blue now. So now you're my blue. We're going to extend you out. We're going to make you blue. We're going to make you red. Extend you out. Make you red. You're done. Put you to bed in the corner. You're behind the curtains. Nobody can see you. Blow you up. Gapped up. Price actions trading up here. We have this area of unfair highs. We have this blue here. We have the unfair highs of a prior profile above us. Add watermark on the charts, including TF to add visibility for the viewers. Can you add watermark? What watermark are you looking at indicating TF? I'm confused on the acronyms again. I'm sorry. I'm trying to understand. See, told you. There's a level of intelligence difference here. I'm going to extend this. Properties. Green. Save. Blue. Extended. Property. Blue. Save. Green. And then this area here I can't bring down. But that... Do I even need that here? Do I even want this up here? Because we're in value. Price actions over it. What do I want to do with this? It's indexing on the higher time frames. It's indexing on the overnights. So the overnights are an unfair highs up here with their volumes. Yes, I want to index that. Okay, good. Okay, let me see if I can get clarification. Okay, nothing yet. All right, so this is where we're at now on this particular day. It's 8:32, so that took me 4 minutes to create my plan for the day. And then I've got this, which I now need a new profile again here, all the way over. We're going to extend this. Where's my extension? There. And now I want to move that down a little bit, move this up. Need this up here. Now I can take this area, bring it down. I actually don't need this area. Can I delete it? I can't because it's coming in from a higher time frame. That's fine. Whatever. We're going to bring this. Okay, that's the... Okay, I'm moving that. I don't want to move that. I've got this, which I don't need. And I don't want. So let's bring you... I can't bring you back because you're extended. Take you off, move you back, take you, delete you. Well, no, I don't want to delete you because we have another area of value developing right now. Oh man, this day's fun. Okay. Well, we got you there. Are you still on the right bar? Yep. Okay, good. And then we're still going to extend you. Well, before we extend you, I need to extend you. Yep. And then we're going to extend you. If we can get you back up and operational. There. We're going to extend you. And now we have developing value higher, which could come back into this area of value, which means then this area of distribution would be deleted, but it's a breakout right now. It's not a confirmed trend and not confirmed value, but I need to index it because we got a potential breakout to the upside here. You'll get that for me to enable the option? Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, because I don't, my ignorance is showing right now. I have no idea what that means. Watermark on the charts indicating TF. I don't know what you mean by TF, to add visibility for the viewers. See? I wore my ignorance on my sleeve. Okay, now we got our plan. So now we have our buyers and unfair lows in here. I like this. I like this because we got our low. I got our low, got a low, got a low. We're good to go there. I don't need this area here because we're in value. Oh, wait. No, that was just a red. Okay, it's not taking anything off from a longer time frame. It's just red. This is an area here that I don't want to do business from. See what I mean by rotation? See how we're rotating in this area? This is the one where I want to come down if we come down, and then I want to pull back and then come down again because I'm looking for possible rotation in here. Look at how much rotation we had in this area. I don't want to try to call this as rejection, expecting this rotation to come in. And then we have this higher area of value up here I can work off of. Okay. Perfect, 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 perfect. We're good to go. Now we can speed this up. Time frame. Okay. So I got you. Yeah, of course, time frame. So add watermark on the chart indicating time frame to add visibility. Okay, so I don't know if, oh, you know what? I see what you're saying. I can do that because I have them up here, but you can't see them because they're not there. I see what you're saying. Well, yeah, so let me just go ahead and just bring it down like that. Then this here is not a 5-minute, but it's the way that the profile is set up. These are actually dailies, but they're set up in 5-minute increments through the daily. So it's basically plotting its value real time. It's weird. It's just the way the chart's set up. This is a daily perspective of overall value just in the US session. And then this is a 2-minute chart right now. I might increase it later, but we'll see. But we also need to see our overall delta in here as well, which now we have. And now we have our time frames. Sweet. Thank you. I appreciate that. Now, let me, before I forget and don't do it and mess it all up again and have to do it all over again, let's save this. So now it's saved and we should be good to go. I like it. Thank you for the recommendation. I appreciate it. Yes, time frame TF. I get it. I just didn't connect the sentence. Goodness. Wait a second. Okay, yeah, we're still playing. Okay, good. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and speed this up to 9:30. So it took me about 12 minutes, 10 minutes to create my PMA for the day. Okay, let auction market theory trade through me. I'm not trading price, I'm letting it trade through me. Okay, 9:30. Here we go. We are already in an area for unfair highs, anticipating rejection in this area. We have broken out of the prior area of value. We're in a possible breakout stage right now as we speak. But we are not in an imbalanced market condition. And that's what this is indexing here. And this is indexing a potential long here and potential shorts up here. So if I really want to be precise, since we are rotating in this area, my strongest place for shorts at the moment is up here. Now we have our initial auction here. With a potential imbalanced market condition higher. I'm anticipating right now for price action to rotate down here in this area, and I'm going to go ahead and take an entry off of the open, which is something I normally do not do. But I'm interested in something here because I'm in an area of longer term. Oh, I just got out of the position. I didn't mean to do that. I don't know what happened. Oh, because I put a stop in instead of a limit. That was dumb. Anyways, so what I was looking there for was this area here being in this short. Well, this area here as rejection in our area of unfair highs. The problem is a timing of this, right? But this is something that I want to test. And I want to be in this because I want to test this. And I want my limit. And I want to see if we come down here and we test this area, even at the open. And I want to see if it's a tradable idea. Because this is something I've been watching, but I haven't done. And so this is a test. The only thing I don't like about this position is the imbalanced market condition structure that's currently developing. And if we are in an imbalanced market condition higher, we're going to see rejection out of this area, acceptance of price in here, and the continuation test of initial balance. Price actions testing again, anticipating price action to break through this area and test the lower area. almost to the limit that I placed, would not be filled yet. I am anticipating it to come down and test into here, which it's not yet. We do have VPOC here at 317. So there's the down. This just shook me out. That's fine. That's part of the open issue, right? We are at the open, anticipating volatility, increased swings that we normally wouldn't get at other times during the day. The auction market theory is sound. The time of day is not. Anticipating the low here to possibly be broken, to test lower prices before price action decides to move higher. Am anticipating price action to come down a little bit lower into this area. This is not an area to go off of for a short. It is an area to go off of for a long. In the context of developing value. So the developing value that we have of which levels am I expecting next? We're in a market shift right now. And so I'm anticipating price action to come down into these lower areas here. Reject and move higher. If price action is not, if the breakout is false, price action is going to come down through here, come back, and move down. That's the other scenario. And if price action comes in where it's at right now and decides to move up, we break out of this area and come back. Now the range extension that we have here is valid, and we're looking for an imbalanced move back higher. Those are the scenarios I'm looking for right now to play out. And until they do, I'm flat. So now you can test if I am trading or if I'm allowing auction theory to trade through me. And in this area of yellow, I don't want to be a participant at this point in time. Why? I would be if we didn't have this whole structure as a potential breakout to the upside, because we closed above the prior range. But just because we got to close above a prior range does not mean that we are in a trending market condition higher. It means that we have a market shift. We have a range extension, a valid range extension that could trigger an imbalanced market condition higher, or it could trigger rotation back into lower developing value area. And so we're in a market shift right now. Market shifts are the hardest market conditions for me to trade. But of course they are, because every market condition for me is difficult to trade. Because if I'm trying to trade, my programming of who I am is one of the worst traders you will ever meet in your life. But when I allow the principles of auction market theory to develop, and I allow that information to determine my actions and my trading, I'm good to go. Now, this could be a continuation play to the upside, but it can also break and be a continuation play to the downside. And so I would much prefer price action to cycle back up for a long for me than try to call this as a bottom and say, okay, we can go up from here or we can go down from here. So I want to give this time to develop rather than just trying to get into a position. Did that answer your question, Shiva? And right now, internally, I want to go long. I want to buy this market right now. I want to buy this market coming off of this area, anticipating a move back into value area high around 41.5. But I know where that's coming from. That's not coming from auction market theory. And since it's not coming from auction market theory, I'm not going to listen to it. And what's really going to tick me off, and not me, but where this is coming from is it's going to be right this time, and I didn't listen to it. And it's going to remind me that it was right this time, and I didn't listen to it. But it's not going to remind me that it was completely wrong yesterday. That's what I have to remember. And that, my friends, is the true lesson of trading psychology. We have a part of us that if we're not already aligned to trading, we have a part of us that's not very good at trading, and it talks to us and it tells us, it inspires us to act. And when we do, it doesn't result in profitability. And if it does, then you're already aligned to profitable trading. Just keep doing what you're doing. And what happens for me is when I'm at the live edge and in front of people, when this portion's talking to me, I want to be in to demonstrate to you guys trading. No different than over here in that short. Buy or sell, what's my opinion index? What, right now? By the way, I found your book, Tony. It's great that you gave readers a choice to pay their own price. You know what? Yeah, that's a book I'm working on. Index, welcome, 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 welcome. Are you talking about what's my opinion on the market and which direction I'm looking at going here on the current charts? Or are you talking about in current time frame, like today's trading? This is from April. I'm doing some back testing right now at the live edge. Not current charts. Um, but thank you, Shiva. Yeah, no, I mean I'm not doing this for revenue, for notoriety, for anything along those lines. That's not the intention here. I have 3 books out there I've published. Have over 24 books I've written since December of 2020. 25, 26, somewhere right around that, 24 to 26, something like that. What is best strategy is working as per your experience. I can't tell you the best one index, honestly, because that really depends on your psychological makeup and what works for you, what works for who you are. I do auction market theory because I need structure. I need a framework. I don't need something to tell me that this is where I need to be in, this is where I need to be out. I don't need this type of technical indicators. I don't need a system to control my actions. What I need is a framework in order to be able to read and understand current price so I can create areas of interest. So when we look at current bars, right, what this is telling me is I have an area of balance beneath me. And what's balance? Balance is price action is moving in an overall range. Okay. And this is the range of that area of value. And price action came up, started to move into what we call unfair highs of that balanced area. And then it moved higher and closed above that overall range, which creates a market shift, which is what some people call a breakout. So the market broke out to the upside. Okay. Here's the problem with the breakout. One of two things can happen. It can either signal a trend continuation or it can move back into prior value. Best risk to reward ratio. To me, the best risk reward ratio is no risk reward ratio. When you enter the market, you are fundamentally saying this is my entry point. Okay. And once you enter, what you're saying is you're telling the market that I'm going to go out. I created an arbitrary entry point for you. Now I'm going to go after a 2-to-1, 3-to-1, 4-to-1 risk reward ratio times, or that much, I'm looking for that much movement times my entry point. Will you give it to me? So anytime somebody comes after or comes to the market in a risk reward ratio sense, right? They're saying, market, you're going to do this. The problem is we don't know what the next tick is going to be. We don't know what the next tick is going to be after that. So we don't know what the market's going to do. So if we're looking for a 2-to-1, 3-to-1, 4-to-1, 1-to-1, half-to-1 risk reward ratio, what we're really saying is we don't know the context of current market condition or what price can do. So we're going to hope and pray that our risk and profit, their risk isn't touched and our profit targets are. That's the issue that I have with risk reward ratio. Now, at the other side, right? It is good to have for expectancy and those type of things. But for me, I let my risk and reward ratio manifest itself over 30 trades. Then I can calculate expectancy, if that makes sense. Do I have a risk in mind when I enter? 100%. But a lot of times when my entries, I'm looking for momentum, and then I'll scalp out of the momentum as the market's moving in my favor, not putting a limit order in. Because what happens if I put a limit order, and let's say, for example, I risk $500 and I put a limit order in at 1,000. I have a 2-to-1 risk reward ratio. Well, 2-to-1 at that point. Looking to make 1,000, I'm risking 500. Okay. But what happens if the market, and so I put a limit order at the $1,000. But what happens if the market goes up $1,800 in my direction? Because it just kept going, right? I'm moving my stop and now I can lock in 1,200, 1,500. If the market keeps going, I can still go grab more and I can get a 4-to-1, 5-to-1, 6-to-1 in one single trade. That's why I don't utilize risk reward. And I don't think there is a best one because it really depends on your personality as a trader. And I hope that helps. I'm sorry if it's not as accurate or is not as concrete as some other creators out there provide, but that's one of the reasons why I'm here, because watching some of those individuals out there, I wanted to provide the world with some different information for those that are open or wanting it. So I hope that helps. Scalping intraday or swing trading, which one will give more reliable return over time? Again, depends on strategy, it depends on all sorts of stuff. But if you look at trading as a holistic approach, right? Every scalp can turn into a day trade. Every day trade can turn into a swing trade. Every swing trade can turn into a position trade. So if you learn how to scalp, you're at the foundation of every entry to every strategy, and you just play it out in other time frames. And if you can understand that, then you understand where you want to be in the market. Do you want to day trade? Do you want to swing trade? Do you just want to scalp? But the key is all of the entry points always go back to the best would have been the scalping, but now how do you hold the scalping? That's where position sizing comes in. Position sizing is much more of the answer you're looking for than it is areas of entry. I've been around doing this since 1998. I started trading with dinosaurs still roam this earth. I used to fall off of them and break my wooden underwear and get splinters in places you don't want them. I've been around. I've worked for an actual true prop firm, brick and mortar, before the Dodd-Frank Act ended them in 2014. So you can take my information for what it is worth in the context of experience, or you can go back to some of the other individuals that have better, more concrete answers for which type of trading, scalping, intraday, or swing trading is better. And that's not to challenge you by any stretch of the imagination. That's to say that I understand where your questions are coming from, and I'm trying to point to the answers that's going to help you the most. I am trading from the United States. I am actually currently in the state of West Virginia. Um, I've lived in over 27 states in the US. I lived in 17 of them from 2010 to 2016. I have been to Asia. I have individuals I work with in trading from Canada, India, Turkey, Australia, London, um, all over the world. And I love it. And I don't have clients because I don't have anything to sell. And we just have a community of like minded individuals that want to get better in life by living our intention. And if that's through trading, I can help demonstrate that. But if it's in something else, I can also help demonstrate it too, because what it takes to be good in trading is what it takes to be good at anything. What part of the world are you in? Where are you at, Index? Where are you at, and where are you at in your trading journey? You've got a lot of questions. You got, showing that you have some knowledge. What are you currently trading? What are you currently what's is your foundational framework? What do you got going on? And by the way, happy Sunday. I hope you're having a good weekend, depending on what part of you're in Dubai. Dubai. Oh man. Dubai. You're lucky. You are lucky. What a city. What a city. Love it. Love it. Love it. You guys staying safe over there? You're trading in Bitcoin and sometime in gold trading. Yeah. So you like the volatility. You like roller coasters too? You a roller coaster guy? Girl? Sorry, whichever. Seed, you're in Dubai. You didn't tell me that. I asked you where you're from. You didn't even tell me. Oh, well, that's rude. You didn't tell me you were in Dubai. I'm gonna have to go to Dubai. I'm gonna have to. I have to. I have people I have to meet. Seed of Life and Index in Dubai. That's amazing. I love it. I love this world we live in. I love the fact that we can have this technology and, be involved in different areas around the world. You're originally from South Africa? You didn't tell me. When did you tell me? If you did, I missed it. I completely missed it because I did not have any idea where you were from. Where'd you tell me at? Was it in Discord or was it here in chat? Did I just miss a chat? Maybe it was one of the times you got banned. Rebel. And did you tell me first day? Okay, well, if it was first day, then yeah. I mean, I, it's the gray hair, right? You forget things. You guys got to be nice to me. Did you tell me here on YouTube? Had no idea. I didn't even. I it paid that no mind. That completely slipped by me. Sorry. Shows you I don't pay attention to anybody. Index. I mean, you can wear my colors right on my sleeve. If you don't mind, can you please share your last your P&L report? I don't have one. I don't have one for the last year. I retired from trading in 2000, the end of 2019, and I just got back into it last month. I started trading last month. Well, started trading again, and well, I got my charts and stuff back in April. And then May, I was trading, it's doing pretty well. But then I decided to stream, and now that I'm streaming, trying to trade live and stream and teach and do all the things at the same time, I'm having some problems with that. So I'm back in sim again until I get that worked out, and then I'll be going back into live. I was in a cash account, but I'm not going to be cash anymore. I am going to go prop, because that's what most individuals are interested in. The problem is the way the prop firms work in their um yeah, I might have been in trade. I mean, who knows? The prop firms, the way that they work in their high watermarks and those type of things, um, it's very difficult to maintain that. So I'm finding some prop firms out there that have static drawdowns instead of um, watermark high drawdowns, and going to work into that area. So my P&L will be followed exclusively in that process. I have a community in Discord. I don't have WhatsApp, but I do have Discord. Discord is Live the Return. Um, I can get that link for you, my mod. I don't have access to the chat function in YouTube here on my side. I have a mod that will be here tomorrow morning at 9:40 New York time that can get you the link to Discord, but it's Live the Return. Um, I'm all about intention and how do we align our action to intention rather than allowing the programming of our subconscious mind, the conditioning to take action for us, and be able to demonstrate that at the live edge. I'm choosing trading to be that because, well, I used to be really, really good at it. I'm better at it now than I was before. And now this gives me an opportunity to be able to do that. I just have to figure out how to do it when I am live because that's something I am struggling with. But I've been able to maintain myself out of this market while it's flat, so I guess that's a good thing. I don't have a course. I don't sell anything. I don't have anything to offer in terms of merchandise or anything along those lines. Um, I'm really just here to demonstrate my own path, my own direction, and if individuals resonate with that, provide them a community that we can grow together in. That's what this is all about. And that's what, oh, here, I'm not even on, am I? Because I was shut myself off because the charts were working indirectly at one point in time. How about that? Is that better? There we go. The Human Performance Lab. How do we perform better as human beings in every area of our life? And I demonstrate how to do that at the live edge here in trading. So hi, Index. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am on camera, believe it or not. I shut it off so individuals could see the delta and some other things going on there. And I forgot that I shut it off. In fact, what I could probably do is make it a little bit smaller for everybody to see. Let's see, I want to probably start with the frame. But you'll be able to see my P&L as I go along. I'm all about authenticity. I'm all about all of that. If I had anything to give you right now, I would. I just don't because I haven't been trading. What got me back into it was the fact that I was watching individuals out there um, and listening to what they were talking about and what they were teaching. And I'm like, oh, no. I'm looking young. Why am I retired? Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm not retired. I retired from trading. I went through a really bad divorce in 2020. I lost absolutely everything. I'm retired from trading because of the depression and stuff that I went into through that process. That nearly took my life in August of 2023. And now after that process, I was like, you know what? I want to do something with my life again. And so started creating um, videos and stuff at the January of this last year. So I started creating a framework of what I wanted to do in that context. And I started to create videos and start doing all of that stuff in January. And I was like, okay, well, how do I put this together? And just doing some research and watching into other streamers and stuff online and ran into trading people. I didn't realize that it was such a huge, much different than it was in the 90s, the 2000s, the 10s, right? Much different after the whole GameStop debacle and all of that. It's just a different world. And I'm like, okay, there it is. That's how I'm going to demonstrate my work. I'm not going to teach it. I'm not going to tell people about it. I'm just going to demonstrate it. I'm 50, so still young. I have to admit that I'm still young. I'm still a kid, but I'm not, in my 20s or 30s. And not fully retired either, but I'm never going to retire anyhow. I've seen too many people be retired and that was their demise. You get bored and what are you going to do? I don't want that for myself. So I am looking for a potential short in this market at the moment. The reason why I haven't taken positions, right, is because of the market shift and the dynamics of this market right now. I want to give it time, right? I want to give it time to develop. But through this area, I am looking for a potential short setup. I'm looking for a breakout, a close below this area, a pullback into this area for a continuation to the downside. If this area holds, I'm actually looking for it to come back into an initial balance. So price action to come back above this area here, back up here, pull back, and then for a continuation to the long side. Price action over the last few days has been created in terms of a We came down in a correction. We came back up and created this double distribution P-type framework, right? Showing a possible continuation to the upside. We came right back down. We opened up. We came down into the balanced area where 70% of volume traded in this range. We rejected from that and moved directly up into the unfair highs of this area. And now we're balanced around this tight range. I don't want to get chopped up within the tight range. I don't look as chop as it's, you don't know what's going on. It's chopping right now because price action is trading in a range because it doesn't know what it wants to do yet, because buyers and sellers are not participating in this area in a directional way. Price action is consolidating and it's getting ready like a spring coiled to move, it's trading in a range because it's looking for participants to enter heavily in a direction that hasn't occurred yet. And if price action doesn't break these lows, we're going to come back and we're going to cycle back into this area here. And I'm not telling you that it's going to happen. What I'm saying is if these lows don't break, we're going to cycle back into this area. We're possibly going to come back up as far as this area, because what we're going to be doing is looking for buyers to enter this market because sellers are not participating at the lows. All right. That's how we trade. We're not looking for pullbacks. We're not looking for anything else. We're looking for market structure and the dynamics of order flow of buyers and sellers to determine what we're going to do in the market. Now, why am I not going to go long here? I'm not going to go long here because the market shift itself is telling me that price action can do one of two things right now, and I don't have an edge. And until I have that edge, I don't want to enter. But I'm about ready to get into a short position here. I hope that makes sense. Anticipating price action come up to this area now and retest to see if buyers are willing to step into the market. And if they don't, then I'm anticipating price action to continue lower. Here's our test of our buyers of that area that I just talked about. We're now seeing rejection of that area, right? Now we're looking at price action to distribute lower prices below these sellers, these lows, to retest prior lows. We have some resistance up here. I want to place my stop below the resistance, but now I'm looking for price action to come back down and possibly even test into the 200s. 203s, 200, somewhere right around in there. And so let's see what happens, right? Price action is going to do one of three things. It's either going to stay in this range, right? We're going to come back down and we're going to test into the lower prices, or we're going to rotate back and create a imbalanced market condition higher. Those are the only things that can possibly happen. And I'm taking a shot to the downside because we did break out down here to the downside. I'm looking for sellers to participate in lower prices to bring price to lower lows. In an overall imbalanced trending condition to the upside. And that's why I really waited for this short to develop to go short here, because we do have the possibility of moving back into the overall trend to the upside. See, do you hear? And when I do this, I do my full plan and my full analysis, right? So at 8:30 in the morning, I'll come in, I'll do this live for everybody, right? Well, it's really about 9:30. Do this live for everybody, build my plan, build it out, let everybody know what it is that I'm doing, what I'm looking for, and then I will come in and start trading. And so those buyers that came in here trying to push price up, right, couldn't even come in and break higher highs by any stretch of the imagination, right? So we came up into the area, tried to buy, came back into these high volume nodes in the short time frame chart, rejected, and now we have sellers coming back in. What's happening at this low here, we only broke it by one tick. We have 253 individuals or contracts short, right? We have 200 longs. The buyers and sellers are conversing here in this area. Okay. Sellers are getting strong, buyers are getting strong. Now, the question is who's going to win? And we don't know. And we're not going to know until it moves, right? The reason why I didn't wait for a close below this area here and I went ahead and got in before a close and a pullback is because we're already down here in IB, we already got a close below IB, right? We got our pullback into that area, but I wasn't looking at this in the context of an IB trade, so I didn't necessarily need that close. I just want to see price action participate or facilitate trade below this area. And the reason why I'm not getting out of the position as it's coming back is because I'm still holding on to this position. With this coming in, I'm anticipating another test into this area, and I have to wait for price action to develop around this area instead of just saying, okay, I'm going to move my stop to a break even here, even though we were up $280. I'm trading structure. I'm not trading an indicator. I'm not trading, a high or a low. I'm trading the overall structure of higher time frame conditions. And if we come up here and break these highs, right, then buyers could be facilitating trade to the higher side. And then, of course, we have a resistance right in here, which is why my stop is set where it's at. Buyers are absolutely responding to these lows, 100%. Which means that I would anticipate them to come back up into this area up here, and then I can wait for a pullback and then a continuation trade to the upside. And so there's a stop on that position. And this is what we're doing on the day. Just very choppy, breakout here. This is 8:30 news. Breakout, the first breakout, continuation play didn't unfold, and now we're right back into this other range of value. And I don't think I will get any more trades on this particular day. Can I take IB back up to IB high? Most definitely, because I do anticipate now that we broke this, that we're going to come back and test this area right here. I don't want an alert. I hit the wrong button again. There. That area is where I'm anticipating price action to come back to right now. So let's see what happens. It's this area right here. And this whole area here is a longer term area for short positions. That's why it's yellow. And so 1016, what do you think, Seed? We should probably move to the next day, right? And what was it? What were we down? 450, 460. What was that? 750, 775 for an expense. That's our first expense day in this test. One trade, one expense. And just so you know, Index, I'm not by any way, shape, or form, or fashion forgetting about that 425 I was down. That 425, that was a test trade I was doing here in a short at the open. I don't trade at the open. I just wanted to test an idea, and it got spiked out and then went, which I would expect for the open. So I'm not indexing that trade because it was just a test, and I did call that audible at the live edge. Not something that I was just, you know, not including. All right, next day, 8:30. Here we go. All right. Dubai. I did not know, Seed. I am so sorry. And you were in South Africa too. What moved you from South Africa to Dubai? And how old were you when you went to Dubai from South Africa? Did you go to Dubai on your own, or did you go to Dubai with your family? I guess that's what I'm asking. Oh, that was the 10th, wasn't it? Let's see, where are we at now? April 11th, right? Yeah. So let's go ahead and set that for the 11th. Hopefully this is a better trading day, because yesterday, that day that we were just on suit. Not because of the expense trade, just no direction to the market at all. Non-directional day. All right. What do we have here? We've got all right. It didn't pick it up, so we'll have to reset and do it again. (2018). Your just out of curiosity with South Africa, were your family, were they originally from Because I mean, of course, South Africa, right, is an English colony. Were you born there? I mean, what's the relation there? What took you to Dubai? See, I don't know anything about any of this stuff. We haven't even talked about this stuff yet. We've just been talking about trading and other things. You know what? The 11th. I don't think that is the. Yeah, it's a Saturday, so I need to go to the 13th. That's why it's not populating. All right, 13th of April at 8:30 a.m. Okay, 8:30. We, well, I mean, are you seeing this? So price action came back to value, but on a gap though. So when we just stayed in that range all day long, the fact that there was only one trade that day and it kept you out of all of the rest of the mess, that's phenomenal. Okay, so we're right back into the range. We're still trading in balance. Um, let's see. I think we probably still have pretty close to the same areas. We're going to find out here. I can. Do I want to index these in together? Mm, not yet. Not yet, because we have the extension here to the upside. So I don't want to index this yet into a single profile. Okay. So we have we don't really have developing value in overlapping. So that's a good thing. So we're going to go ahead and index this here into the, so we want to be short here. This we can go ahead and delete. No, we don't want to delete that. Well, shoot. Okay, how do I want to work this? Price action is going to come up and test these other ranges. We're going to break up, we're going to come back, and we're going to move higher. And so what I am actually going to do here is index this as a long. And so we have two areas next to each other. And I don't really like doing this, but it's the only thing that makes sense in this context. We have a long here, we have a short here, and we're trading below those two areas. And then we have this, which we're going to move up here for longs with strong low volume in this area. Now we need to come over here, and we still have this overlapping overall, but I want to move this up here like so. And then this here for a long. And I don't need this here anymore. I can't delete it because it's off of a higher time frame, which is fine. So that's done. Now I have this, which are long position, right? I don't need shorts in here. I can't delete it though because it's on a longer time frame. Okay. but I don't want any of these areas affecting me. So I'm going to have to figure out where this, so this one here, do I delete? If I delete that, it doesn't change anything. So where is this one coming from? Is it here? Yeah, it's there. Nope, it did delete it. Okay, good. And then this here, I can delete that. That's going to delete from there. And then is this the lower? No. How about this one? No. How about this? That's up there. I can delete that because it's already being indexed up here. I need to move this up. If it will let me. There we go. Okay, there's that. And then oh, sweet. So you're working at Dubai International Airport. That's awesome. Love it. What do you do for the airport? Just out of curiosity. I need to figure out where this is coming from. Let's see here, 25, 200. It's got to be this right here. It's got to be that. There it is. Okay, perfect. All right. Now we're good. Now we're good. Now we don't have too many areas. And I want to now decrease this down to here. And now it should be good to go. Okay, now we can go ahead and move this forward to 9:30. There's a barista left there to be a waiter. Nice, nice. So service industry. How do you find here? Okay, being an international airport like Dubai, right? You ton of different cultures, ton of different things along those lines. Which culture do you feel is the most hmm, how do I want to word this? What am I looking for? Um, which culture do you find to be the easiest to work with? Like the the friendliest, the nicest. Is there one that you have noticed over others, or is it just kind of just people rather than a culture thing? Okay. So here's 9:30. So we have 9:30. We're in unfair highs right now. I have two profiles here. I only want one of those. Okay. So we're in unfair highs. Nepal. Really? Well, I guess that kind of makes sense. I can see that. Oh, how interesting. How interesting. Now, are they Nepal? Are they do you mostly come across monks from Nepal, or are they Sherpas? Can you tell? Most manipulative. Oh, that's outstanding. I love it. I love it. Oh, good times. Good times. How do you like to buy, though? How do you like to buy? the culture and everything else. Of course, Dubai to South Africa, I'm sure, is completely different. I mean, you got a British colony, and then you've got, you know, the Arab Emirates, which is, I mean, of course, the Middle East, right? But it's so different than some of the other places over there. Hey, Mimi, how's it going? Algorithm. I am not using an algorithm. Would not use algos. That's not my cup of tea. You've never met a monk before. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. I guess I just like to come over to the United States. But maybe I would give you a better answer than that, but no, I don't use an algo. I'm using, if you're looking at this chart and you're looking at the dots and you're thinking that it might be an algo, no, it is looking at a indifference between buyers and sellers at the bid and ask, footprints, order flow, auction market theory. No, well, it is an indicator to a point, yeah, but not an indicator for entries or anything like that. What it's showing is what we have here is we have the bid and we have the ask, and we have 148 buyers right here. We've got 98 sellers, right? And all this is doing is just pinpointing to me where there's an imbalance, where one side is stronger than the other. Blue is telling me that buyers are stronger than the sellers over on this side, and then sellers are stronger over the buyers on the right side. And so that's what all of these little dots are telling me. They're showing me the big trades, right? So if you look at the yellow boxes here, those are actually the volume point of control. Okay, so you got the volume point of control, which is telling you that in that bar, these yellow boxes is where the most volume traded in total in that bar. And then these are telling you which one is more aggressive on per the other side. And so, of course, in the open of the market, you're going to see a lot of them, right? But here you see a lot less because price actions trading in a range. And what does it mean when price actions trading in a range? Buyers aren't strong, or sellers aren't strong. They're moving in a way to find out which side is going to get aggressive, and it just rotates until that happens. And then even here, they didn't even get aggressive, and then they did here, but this becomes now resistance, rejection, no lower lows. Price action now moves higher because sellers weren't able to move into lower prices. You're welcome. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you. How are you today? You're having a good Sunday? So we're coming off of initial balance high. Of course, initial balance isn't set yet. And we tested into the buyers, and now we're testing into this auction where buyers and sellers were both strong around near prices. Equilibrium. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Trading a range, finding equilibrium, not having any real direction, right? And then of course, price action most of the time trades in equilibrium. It's just a matter of wider ranges. So this is all a level of equilibrium, if you will, value trading in this area of balance, breaking out a little bit to the upside, coming back down, testing buyers at the lower side, moving right back to the other side of value. And now the question is this going to be a trend continuation play to the upside, or is this going to be a move back into the other side of balance? And I just don't trade the open. I'm waiting for a little bit to take positions. But if down here with these sellers down here, if price action doesn't find a continuation play to the downside and sellers don't get aggressive, I'm anticipating price action to move back and test this area here. And then if buyers do come back up, don't break the highs, don't get aggressive, don't turn this into another imbalanced market condition, I would anticipate price action to come back and test into this area, which gives me either a range that I can scalp around if it does develop, or if we come back down into this area and reject, price action will more than likely test back into this area. Gives me an area where I can scale out of positions. Do I prefer trading on bigger time frame or smaller time frame? So I do all of my analysis on larger time frames. So this is a volume profile positioning or volume profile bars for daily bars. These are all daily for all sessions. This is a daily perspective on the US session only. And then this is a 30-minute perspective in terms of I draw custom developing volume areas in the 30-minute time frame. And then I take all of my areas off of the daily, I pinpoint them more directly on the 30-minute, and then I establish my entries on the 2-minute chart. So I'm using multiple time frames between the daily perspective and the 30-minute for my analysis. And then my entries, I pinpoint either on a 2 to a 5-minute chart. Sometimes I will go to a 10 to a 15 and high levels of volatility. But most of the time I stay right around that 2-minute time frame. Great questions, by the way. How about you? What time frames do you prefer? What is your methodology? What are you up to in the markets? Everything I do is based upon auction market theory. The 30-minute. I look at time frames other than daily or weekly perspective. I look at time frames like a lens on a camera. You can change the focus on them. Do I prefer taking risky trades? What do you mean risky trades? Define that for me. Like, what's a risky trade in your definition? That's an interesting question. I don't think I've ever been asked that question before. And I started trading in like 98. High volatility with high price entries. Okay. I will absolutely 100% trade around news. I will, and but here's the thing though, right? What makes that risky? I used to day trade stocks that were around their earnings or other high peak news events right at 9:30 in the morning, and I would start trading at 9:30, exactly at 9:30 when the markets open on news event stocks, right? That's where I started trading in 2008. Well, I didn't start trading in 98, but that's where I started trading in a prop firm in 2008, actual brick and mortar prop firm too, not one of the ones we see today. And so um, I do that though because I understand order flow. I do that because I understand market structure, and I will trade through news knowing I'm going to need to manage the volatility through time frame. Like I was talking about with time frames is like a lens on a camera. You zoom in and you zoom out, right? The time frames are exactly the same thing. There's no magic time frame in trading, like a 30-minute or 120 or 240 or whatever it might be. There's some things that individuals can find within those time frames, but I have to have market structure for me to take those trades. So I'm not just going to trade a news event just to trade a news event. They need to be aligned to market structure with the anticipation that the price action is already priced in to the news, and the news is just going to be a volatility going in direction of price structure. Oh, wow. Look, seed. Price action went to my area and rejected. Can you believe that? Never happens. Price action is currently coming off a value area high. Have you ever done trades on market crashes so far? And what was your reaction? Okay, so I traded the flash crash of 2010. Of course, I didn't know that the flash crash was happening, but I was in before the flash crash happened. I was in a short. The market reacted so quickly that I just went ahead and got out. Normally, I would trail a stop. I love trading momentum. Momentum is my favorite. I like to get into areas where I can anticipate momentum, and I trade through the momentum. I've literally been I traded from 98 to 2001, then again from about 2006 to 2008. Then in 2008, I went professional until 2010. I went back to cash from 2010 to 2019, the end of 2019. I retired in 2020, and I just came out of retirement 2 months ago. And I just started live a week ago. And so, yeah, there's not too many market conditions I haven't seen. It's not like I just trade long and that's all I do is just go long because we're in a imbalanced market condition higher and we're just trading buy 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 buy. No, that's not me. Yeah, I mean, it's short term, but all it is, it's not even support and resistance, right? I mean, it is because that's how price action reacts to these things, right? But we have to understand what's going on there, right? It's not an indicator, it's not something else. What's happening is the auction, the market's just one big auction, and buyers and sellers are constantly talking, right? And sometimes only one of them's talking, and sometimes the other one's talking. Think of it like Congress, right? Well, when they come in together and they start arguing, there's a meaning to it, right? Babak, how's it going? Is it complex? What my methodology is it complex? No. It could take a little while to understand the principles, but it's not complex. But the market's constantly talking, right? The participants are talking. And when participants come together and talking at the same time loudly, all right, price action is going to move away from that area, but it's going to come back to that area until one of them decides to get aggressive. Okay. Once the aggressiveness takes place, right, like this here, okay, there's going to be a pullback to test to see if buyers are going to get aggressive again, or they're going to step aside and sellers are going to take over. And so we're in the constant analysis of buyers and sellers and how they're participating in the auction. And if they're not extending ranges, they're going to come back and test where those conversations originally took place. So started trading not too long ago, demo account. And from what I've learned and studied so far, I do analysis on 1 hour time frame and entries on one hour on a 5 minute time frame. Okay, beautiful. And what kind of analysis are you doing? If you don't mind me asking, are you doing like technical analysis? Are you doing like order flow, time and sales, just price action? Are you going to stream every day? Jerry, yes. Yeah, I do stream every day. I just started this last week, but I will be trading for an hour first thing in the morning. Okay. And then in the afternoon, I'm either going to trade or answer questions, anything that's going on in the context of my participants. What do you guys need? What do you guys want, right? Do you want me to go through and do a full day like I'm doing right now? Do you want me to go in and talk to you guys about what you're doing, maybe how to support, right? Um, that's what the afternoons are all about. And then I'm also going to do this on the weekends where I'm just going through my whole process. I do my pre-market analysis from back days, and then I turn around and trade the days based upon that pre-market analysis. I'm not seeing momentum come in here yet. I don't like this bar here with the sellers coming in. See how the sellers came in at the low, right? And then the buyers got aggressive down here. What happened was you break the low, buyers or sellers turn around and step aside, buyers get aggressive, and then price action turns around and does exactly that. But why was I going off of a short, anticipating a possible rotation back to the downside? Because we didn't have participants at the higher prices. So took a shot, right? You just subbed, hopefully. See you stream in the morning. Jerry, thank you so much for the sub. I truly appreciate you and the support. I appreciate you coming in. Yeah, absolutely. I also have Discord as well, Live the Return. I don't have a course. I don't sell anything. There's none of that trash going on at all. I'm just here to help individuals learn to align their actions to their intentions. That's all. That's all I'm here for. And then, of course, price action just goes up in one bar and doesn't pull back for me to be able to do anything. And now we're looking for a possible pullback into, of course, initial balance and looking for a continuation to the long side. Discord. Yeah, I would love to, Jerry. You know what? Actually, Seed, are you in here? Can you do the command for Discord? Well, you just did too, Jerry. It should be there. Um, I can get it for you Monday morning. I have a mod. They can get it for you. I'm just learning how to do all this stuff. I don't have everything set up. Like literally my chat should be on my screen, but it's not working properly. The follows and everything else and the likes and stuff, so I can tell people thank you. Those alerts aren't working properly. I've got issues. I'm working on it. So I promise we'll get there. See, he already did it with a command. He's a trained professional, and so he's good. He tried. I have to get it to him on Monday. I do like a long here. I wanted to be long a little bit lower. I am anticipating momentum to pop into here. I'm looking for continuation to the upside from this close here off of initial balance and the way the market has moved off of initial balance. I want to give us a little bit more room. I want to, yeah. I don't like that pullback. Okay, we're going to do that for right now. Hold on just a second. I'm going to manage this trade just a little bit, and then I'll be right back with your guys' responses. I did see your responses, Mimi, as well, in terms of the ICU. And so what I'm looking for in these momentum plays, right, is if it starts going, I'm going to go with it. I'm not going to put a limit order in. I'm going to let the market give to me what it's willing to give to me. I'm going to follow that stop up in this context of this volatility of this current bar, right? There's a lot of volatility with it, and it just didn't pop that time, but I will get back in on another entry point. Let's see here. copy paste the Discord invite link here. Yeah, let me see if I can get that for you. Um, let's see. Seed, you're in here. You're in Discord. I'm going to put a link in Discord real quick. If you can post that into YouTube, that would be phenomenal. I would appreciate it. I'm going to put it in the general discussion tab. So it's there. If you can get that over to Jerry, that would be phenomenal, please. Let's see here. Mimi, we were focused on developing volume profile. The past one is just to see how it reacts. Let's see here. Fair value gaps and volume analysis. Is it possible to get a bit of clarification from you? Yeah, absolutely. What are your questions, Mimi, about that? You're talking about, volume gaps and initial balance and, different things along those lines. There's a lot of teachings out there. There's a lot of things. And so I need to kind of get an idea of what you're looking at so I can help guide you in that direction a little bit. I think that Seed of Life should be helping you with that, Jerry. I apologize that it's taking a moment. Let's see. You know what I can do too? I can do this. I think, is this my live video right here? Or is this the old one? No, this is the old one. Let me put a comment in here. I'm going to hit enter. So if you can find this video, oh, I can't even do that. Oh, that's so rude. I'm such a mess. I'm sorry, guys. So if you go into YouTube, okay, and you put in, you just search for live asset management, practice live asset manager principles part 2. I'll put that title into, I can't put the title into chat because I can't even do that right now. It's ridiculous. I can do it in the Purple app. I just can't work with the chat here, and I don't know why. It's an issue with OBS. I was supposed to work with somebody today on it, and they canceled, so I wasn't able to. I've got somebody help me with the Discord, Jerry. I need somebody to help me with OBS. That's what I need. How do we get OBS working and all of the functions between the Purple app, Tube, and TikTok? Those are my issues, and let me tell you, the issues are real. You have a Discord. Okay, so it's Live the Return is the Discord, but I can't get the link, and Seed isn't here. Seed of Life isn't here. He's part of the Discord, but I can't get the link. So we can do that Monday, and I just put it in that in the comment for that video, which again is live asset management, practicing live asset manager principles part 2, but it's in the comments. But I'm hoping this week I have all the bugs worked out. We can get this. I'm also working on commands and other things. The commands are working right now in TikTok or in the Purple app, but I can't get them in. They're not working yet in YouTube. Oh, you sent the link? Beautiful. Thank you. Yeah, exactly, Jerry. And I mean, I never thought I was going to stream as well. I mean, this definitely was not on my bucket list. I'll tell you that much right now. But yeah, Mimi, if you want to discuss the, your views, right? Because see, look, right? We can only trade what we see in our charts, and what we see in our charts is only going to be based on our perception. Okay? That's it, right? And I can tell you something about my perception, but my perception is quite frankly empty and meaningless to you if if you're coming from a different place, from a different perception. And so I don't want to add confusion to anybody. I don't want to, you know, um, I don't want it to be my definitions. And I'm speaking from my definitions, but your definitions are a little bit different because everybody kind of has a different view on things, if that makes any sense. Let's see here. Fair value gaps and volume. It sounds like maybe in the fair value gaps and volume analysis, is it ICT? Are you doing anything along those lines? Did you send the link in YouTube, Seed? I mean, I can add comments in TikTok, I can add comments in Twitch, but I cannot add comments in YouTube for whatever reason. It's ridiculous. And there was my pullback into these auctions. See this? See, I missed this, right? Because I was working on other things. But you see that right there? Mimi, this is exactly what I'm talking about when it comes to, you know, these areas of conversation, right? Where buyers and sellers are, coming together like a Congress and arguing, having an argument or meeting or whatever it might be, right? They come right back into these areas and test them. So buyers stepped in, right? Where I was long, they rejected that price. Where are they going to come back to? That argument. We came right back through those arguments. After that, buyers responded, rejected, price action accepted on higher prices, a ton of buying in here. And what did we do? Pulled back again to retest this area of conversation, right? Right there. Came right back to that area of conversation, now accepting higher prices. We have some resistance in here that we might see price rotate back into here. So what you would want to do is go long in this area, right? Come in, trail your stop pretty much to this low right here at the moment, anticipate a possible stop out, rotation back into this area, and get back in long. Now, why not just hold the position? You can. Absolutely. If you want to turn it into a day trade, if you want to turn it into a swing trade for a scalp. And why do I teach scalping techniques? To scalp? No, because every single trade that you enter in a position, swing, or day trade always goes back to the same entry point of a scalp. And if you can learn to scalp, you can turn around and learn, or if you learned at scalp entry, you can adjust any of those, that entry into any type of trade management on the day trade, swing, and position sizing. Jerry, I took my first trade in 1998. I traded until 2001, where I went back into the military and went to Afghanistan. I got out of the military and I was working for a financial institution on the trading floor for commercial mortgage-backed securities. I got out of that in 2007 and I went to work for an actual brick and mortar prop firm in 2008, trading stocks, news driven stocks. And then I went retail in 2010. Yeah, I've been around. We had dinosaurs. It's all good. Um, I could tell you stories about that too, with the way we got data and the waiting. We literally had to wait for the 30 to 45 seconds, sometimes 60 seconds for our fills to be printed out on a printer. We didn't even know what our fills were when we entered the market. Idiots. Absolutely crazy. Not for the faint of heart. Um, and then I traded cash retail from 2010 to 2020. Ended 2019 when I retired. Went through a really bad divorce, bad depression state, almost killed me in August 2023 um, from blood clots. Um, survived that somehow and decided I wanted to turn my life around again and decided to help people. Um, I'm glad I have found my master, to be honest. No, I'm not Yoda. I'm not a master. I'm here to help people that have an intention in their life and difficulty in aligning their actions to their intention. You know what, Jerry? I appreciate that. I'm not sorry at all. I'm so grateful. I am so grateful. I'm grateful for it all. I'm grateful for the person who I am today. I'm grateful that I can go to a mirror anytime I want to, look at myself right in the eyes and say, you know what, Tony? I love you and truly mean it. That's the essence of my gratitude. So yeah, don't be sorry for me. Not at all. Yeah, my past self, maybe, but that wouldn't even be sorry too. That would be more of, hoping that things turned around. um, Man of God, no. I'm just, I'm just a guy, you know. Love your Lord your God with all your heart, all your soul, all your mind, and love your neighbors as yourself, and you'll live above the law. We're all conformed to the patterns of the world. All conform to the patterns of the world. Allow your mind to be renewed and transformed into a new image. And the image of not a religion, not of a God, of your essence, of who you are and what you believe in. So you shall believe in yourself. So you shall have the conviction to love. Jerry, that's what I'm about. And I'm just using trading as a demonstration in how to do it, how to live that way. Why? Because it's all about alignment to action. And trading is the only thing that I know that I can do, that I can absolutely demonstrate the conformities of the patterns of this world. So I can show and demonstrate how we can separate from those patterns and move into the essence of a new image. Jerry, absolutely. This is my path. Welcome. I wish I had my Discord to give to you right now. I really do. I wish I was more organized than I am, but that's coming, you know. And do we start something when we're already well organized in something, or do we start something when it's time to start it and grow into it? And that's what I'm trying to do here, and that's what I'm trying to do with my trading. You know, I was trading cash, and I'm back to sim again because I'm having a really hard time, as you can tell here, trading and talking to people at the same time. It's very difficult for me to do, but I'm going to get there. And I was trading cash, and I'm not going to trade cash anymore because what about the people that don't have cash, right? Either they're going to the prop firms and stuff, and the problem with the prop firms is they're high water trailing drawdowns, very difficult to do. So I'm finding prop firms that have static drawdowns, so we don't have to worry about the high water mark. So we can go into go into it the way that we need to as an asset manager, as a trader, and we can start doing something for ourselves and the betterment of ourselves in the direction of our intention. I'm very organized. Thank you. I appreciate it. Mimi, like me? Yes. Like you, Mimi, definitely 100%. um well, thank you. Thank you for the compliments, Jerry. I truly do appreciate you. Um, I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy in the world. Um, has lived both sides of the railroad tracks. You know, um, it came from nothing, created a lot, went back to nothing, and found everything. If that makes sense, found everything. And so grateful for the community that's developing out of this. Seed of Life, Jerry, Shiva, um, what is her name? Aftershock. Um, just great individuals, and we are building a great community, a community of like-minded individuals that know they want to do something in their life, and they're going to learn to align their actions to do it, because it's all about that alignment, right? The conformity of the patterns of the world is just our habits, our patterns that we live by every single day that control the vast majority of our actions. How do we separate from those to allow conscious participation to come online? And it's conscious participation that allows us to live in a new image and the creation of a new image. Yeah. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard, Jerry. We're so glad to have you. 100% building a good, positive community. 100%. 100%. There's no room for anything else. But here's the thing, though, right? You start talking about intention to people, you start talking about aligned action and those type of things. The individuals that don't have the positive energy, they're already gone. They're checked out. They're gone. But at the same time, right? Um, not in a not coming from a place of judgment, not coming from a place um of definition for those individuals, right? Because a lot of them are hurting themselves inside, and they're negative, not because they choose to be negative, but from the experiences in their lives. I can't judge those individuals because I was no different than them of just a few years ago. Oh, Mimi, thank you. I appreciate it. I should have been in this position back here and I wasn't. I mean, I'm having a really hard time trading in this live environment because I lose my focus and I start talking to people because it's about the people. It's about the people. It's not about the trading, and then I lose context and I lose thought. But I didn't start trading again until April, and I'm just not. I'm just going to be honest with you guys. I've had a few losing days, but I've had 2 days of $16,000 and $15,000 in one day just trading a single contract. I've had plethora of $8,000 days. Seed of Life knows, he's watched me do it a little bit because with him, he's so interested in just learning about it that I just trade in front of him. Um, my difficulty in my trading before was, and I'm not trying to brag, I'm not trying to do anything else with that all by any stretch of the imagination. I'm just telling you my story and where I'm at. Um, I um I had a really hard time trading imbalanced market conditions, and I started a YouTube channel in January for self-help stuff and trying to figure out how I was going to go about doing this. So I started listening to other um, content creators, other streamers and stuff, gamers and different things along those lines. That I wasn't going to do trading. I was actually going to try to um, play a video game, actually, Warzone, and try to demonstrate it through this. And then I started listening to the content creators, and I found some traders, and I'm like, oh my goodness! I mean, back in the tens and the early aughts, you couldn't do it, right? Because it was you could run a trading room, but you had to have subscribers. You had to keep on the down low because the whole thing about trading advice. But they've changed that significantly since GameStop stuff, and I didn't realize that, the meme stocks, and I didn't realize how much of it changed. And once I realized it changed, I was watching their charts. I'm like, what are you guys doing? What are you guys talking about? What are you teaching these people? And I started looking at their charts, and I'm like, I was doing this and I was doing that. I was just looking, I was like long and short and long and short, and it just like kept working out. And I'm like, man. So I got my own charts and I started doing it. Mimi, no, I'm not going to trade it. I'm not going to create a course. And this is why. Okay. I'm going to tell you exactly why I'm not, but I'm going to offer you something instead. I spent over $120,000 from 2010 to 2014 on self help and trading. And I had gurus, and I had this, and I had that, and I had everything, right? And I wasted $120,000. I found some good information, but I wasted $120,000. And I'm not going to have anybody waste money. Not because my trading information isn't good. It's because just because we learn something doesn't mean we're going to be able to do it. So this is what I do. At 2 p.m. New York time, come into my stream. Okay, ask questions. Let me go through a whole day like I'm doing here, right? It's pretty much time to shut this down. Um, I have a job as well to keep myself out of trouble, but I'm fine. Yes, I'm not hurting. I'll tell you that much. I got a roof over my head. I've got food in my stomach. I've got all the things that I need. I've had multiple homes. I've had the toys, Jeep SRT, convertibles, Mustangs, Camaros. They don't fulfill you at the end of the day. So why am I going to charge something for somebody that the fulfillment is watching them move into their intention? That's where I'm at. It's not altruistic. It's not I'm better than anybody else or anything else. It's my intention. And I'm just going to live intentionally connected to my intention. That's it. So come in at 2 p.m. Let me teach you how I build my pre-market analysis. Watch me develop my whole plan and then let me watch the trade. I trade in the mornings from 9:40 until 10:40, and then I have to get back to my day job. I am hoping at some point in time, I will tell you this, I am hoping some point in time that I get large enough in my community that I start making money from advertisements through my streaming. Okay. Not follows or, whatever these other streamers are making. I'm talking about just advertisements. Or I'm able to develop myself into my trading and this streaming at the same time. And then this streaming creates the income. And once that happens and I stop my day job, right, then I come over here full time and we allow the advertisements from corporations to pay for people's humans development. Isn't it time for corporate America to do that? In my viewpoint, I have to say yes. It is time to let corporate America pay for people's personal development. So let's do it. That's why I started streaming. So you guys are here. Do you want me to start another day? Do you want to see how I set all of this up and how I do this? You guys have time? Do you want to? I'm in. I got nothing but time. From beginning to end. How I do it, how I set my charts, how I set my areas, why I'm setting up my areas, exactly what's going on. Talk about all of it. Ask as many questions as you want. I really can't do much more on this day. I missed the short position from the unfair highs that I had recognized from a longer time frame perspective. I missed this position and the long here for the pullback into the conversation. This would have been a place to add had it come down that far, but my expectation wasn't going to because of the close of this bar and the buyers in here, right? Wouldn't expect price action to possibly rotate back into this area from these buyers. If so, that means that these buyers have gone, right? Not defending their area anymore. You would anticipate a farther pullback and a continuation to possibly break this low. I don't trade stocks anymore. This is a Nasdaq. This is all just Nasdaq NQ. I used to trade the ES. I was trading 25 lots in the ES. I was trading 18 lots in the Russell. The Nasdaq. When I'm talking about what I've done in my trading over the last couple months, this is all one lot. I don't trade multiple lots in the Nasdaq. You don't need to. Yeah, all futures. Um, we it's an indice. So it's on the futures contracts with the CME, right? So it's a derivative. Okay, it's stock is ownership, right? Off of this Securities Exchange Commission, the SEC regulates the stock market, and then you have derivatives of those stocks. So they're not a security. So we have National Futures Association. And they regulate the futures markets, which run off the CME, the CBOT, New York, the Merc Exchange, New York Mercantile Exchange. Then you have some smaller exchanges too, like the Pacific Exchange and a few of them along those lines. Absolutely. And I will even show you how to draw them, or where to draw them from, Jerry, and it's not from key lows or key highs. Let me get another day started here and I'll show you. Okay. We're just going to walk through the whole thing. This is so much fun. Thank you guys for being here and conversing and asking questions and being a part of it, and the positivity. You guys are amazing. I so appreciate you. This is why I do this. You guys are awesome. So fun. And there's some really, really great people out there. It's so funny, right? Everybody's like, oh, social media is just, whatever. And no, no, not at all. If the macro is as messed up as we think it is, we would see the micro communities that we live in having issues, and we don't. Which means that the macro can't be as messed up as what we think it is, because the micro is still running functionally and well, because the people are well. You guys are well. And I know you know people around you that are well. That's the foundation of humanity, not the problems that exist. The problems are just accentuated from the mass reproduction of them. Trying to find a day job as well where I can trade the morning session. So I work from home. I'm a financial crimes investigator. I traded my M16 hunting for terrorists, and now I hunt them through other means, human traffickers and different things along those lines. I start work at 5 in the morning, so I can take my lunchtime and trade, and then be off at 2 and stream in the afternoons to help create this for people. Let me get on the 8:30 time frame so we can start at 8:30 when we create this. And then we're going to hit play. So, you can see how long it takes me to develop my plan, right? So you can see how long, and then I do this every day. So you can see how long it takes me to develop my plan. The market's playing, just like it was live. So it's not like, I'm using all the data available, just like it would be if it's live. There's no point in running a science experiment on anything if it's not consistent with the environment that it's related to. Trying to and so yeah, no, I'm lucky, Jerry. I'm really, really lucky. Very, very grateful to be in the position that I'm in, to be able to do this. What profession are you in, if you don't mind me asking? So what we've done here is let me tell you what this chart is first. This chart is daily profiles with all sessions. So each one of these represents a single day. So it's like looking at a daily chart, right? For the US, Asian, and London sessions. Everything's incorporated into one. And what we have here is some overlapping profiles. Okay. So this profile here, right, it can be connected into this profile. I didn't do it the day before because we still created kind of that high, but now we broke out of that high and filled that area, accepted price around that. So I'm going to go ahead and throw that into here. I could throw this one into, but I don't, and this is why. That high is unfair highs. Okay. And we have this low volume node. I want this low volume node indexed. Okay. This is important right here. Price action. What are we looking at in these profiles? And as a concrete finisher, oh my stepdad was a concrete finisher for many years. Where do you live? Um, oh, thanks, Seed. Your tablet went off. You're back now. Beautiful. Um, you guys aren't familiar with volume profiles at all, so let me break this down as simply as I possibly can. This profile here, we got a high, we have a low. Okay, so the highest price, lowest price, the bar opened here on the candle and it closed up here. Okay, I can't tell you where it opened at in which sessions. I don't have it broken up in that because I don't need to. I don't need to be that granular. Okay. I want to see what price action did in the holistic view of that particular day. Down here we have a dashed line here, this grayish blue line, and we have another one up here. That represents value area high and value area low. In between these two areas, in this orange area and this purple, I'll get to that in a minute, the magenta, the pink, this is where 70% of value traded in this range on this day. And everything below it and everything above it, and kind of this gray color, is where price distributed outside of that range, and it's not included in the 70%. So think of a bell curve, okay, like this. 70% of all price traded in these areas, and then price traded above here and down here, right? But 70% of the volume of the whole day printed in here. The highest volume print is here in the pink line, okay, volume point of control. And then in this case, we have what's called a double distribution day. We have volume that printed high amounts of volume here, but also up here. Okay. A double distribution day means that you had price accepting at higher prices and price accepting at lower prices. And why is that important? Because price usually goes back to areas of acceptance, trades around that area of acceptance, rejects out of that area of acceptance, and then moves into the other range of value. Okay, so price is constantly ranging between value until it breaks out. Okay, or it breaks out and rejects and moves back down into lower areas of value. Okay. So price is constantly hunting for value. And when it trades outside of value, it comes back to value, right? So it trades outside of value here. It comes back to value even after it trades outside of value. And it's constantly doing that. And what we're looking for is the acceptance and rejection outside of value to rotate back into value. That's what we're looking for in my son, he just set his alarm off on his car. It's funny. If you heard the beeping. So that's what we're constantly looking for in price. That's auction market theory. Auction market theory is price action trades around value until buyers or sellers get aggressive on one side, break price outside of value for price to move back into value to test where buyers or sellers were previously engaged in conversation, to move back outside of value again, to move back into value. Because you're in an auction, you're looking for participants. And when the participants is both sides. If the market was healthy, it would be a flat line. For every buyer, there's a seller. For every seller, there is a buyer. And the auction would just be flat. In a healthy market, a market becomes unhealthy when it starts to move directionally. So when you see a trend In a trend environment, you're actually in an unhealthy market condition. And it doesn't matter if it's a trend up or a trend down. You got to separate the theory from reality. Reality is an uptrend. People are making money. They're happy, right? That's a healthy market. No, it's an unhealthy market. It's an unhealthy market. Why? Because one side is participating heavier than the other side. And eventually we're going to come back into value where participants were equal, because the side that's now imbalanced is going to step aside and the market's going to search for equilibrium. Does that make sense to everybody? Any questions about that? Did I do a good enough job of explaining the auction process? Because the market is an auction. If you stop looking at the market as an auction, then you stop looking at it in the context of what it is. And if you're looking at it in the context of what it is, you're not looking at it in the context of what it is, then you're looking at it as what it isn't. And most people have a problem with trading because they're looking at the market for what it isn't. And then it does what it does, what it's supposed to do, which is different from what it isn't. And now you have problems. Because now you don't know what the market's doing, because it's not doing what you expected it to do, because you're expecting it to do what it's not supposed to do in the first place, or what it doesn't do normally, because it's not aligned to the auction. Okay, so let's get into the actual analysis here of what it is that we're looking for. Okay, these are everything on the left. This is a current bar. Okay, so anything on the left is static. It's not moving. It's just stuck. It will always look the same way unless you change the time frame. Okay, this is dynamic. So I always leave a single static profile up that I can use for analysis on a dynamic. Why? Because a dynamic is going to change throughout the day. Thank you for the information. The higher time frame picture is very clear, but I have trouble knowing on lower time frame when it's going to move and where. Yep, we're going to get into lower time frame here real soon. Also on this daily profile, what areas do you work? Just the high volume node and low volume node? Yep, exactly. We're getting into that right now. And this is where I start building my plan. So I utilize the static information to give me a picture, an idea of what that dynamic could do throughout the day. So the first thing I'm going to do is index where I'm anticipating price action to reject from in either the sell side or the buy side. Now, let me share a caveat with you. Okay, this does not mean long and short from these areas. Okay, we're going to get into that in detail later on. Okay, but for now, just bear with me as I'm building this out on this time frame, because we're going to do this on another daily time frame, and then we're going to do it on a shorter time frame, like a 30-minute. And then we're going to turn around and say, okay, this is how we do this plan, facilitate this plan around live price action on a short time frame for entries. Okay. Now we also have this area here for potential rejection on the downside. Okay. For unfair highs. Again, not that we're shorting up here. Okay. This is the area of potential shorts. Now, this is where we have something interesting. If you look at this area and you look at this area here, right? This area right here represents something important. And what it represents is, well, not so much on this time frame because of it's overlapping, but it's overlapping at unfair highs. So I'm not going to index that. Forget I said anything. Just grab your keyboard and just type it out and hit delete, and it didn't happen. And then we're going to index this. We can index that whole thing. We'll do it in the two separate because it'll be easier to make adjustments on the other time frame charts. So these are areas. These are areas of interest for today, okay? In the perspective of this time frame. Let me get this extended real quick, and then we're getting on to other charts. Okay, now that we're going to put that chart to bed, put baby in the corner, baby's over there. We're not looking at baby anymore today at all. Okay, that's it. Now what we have is this time frame of chart, right? And that is off of, okay, that's indexing the other chart. Beautiful. So now what we have is unfair highs here. And now we have unfair lows down here, but not really a buying point. But what we do have, though, is I want this one gone. So this is the 25,320 area. The 25,320, I want, where are you at right here? I want you gone. So what I'm doing is, remember when I just separated out these areas here? I'm actually going back and deleting both of them now because I don't need them on today's chart. Why? Because those areas are now actually indexed within this area of value, okay? Developing value itself. And now we have this area here that we can index, right? For the short side. Okay, unfair highs. Good question. So unfair highs and unfair lows, right? 70% of value. You can do it 70, 80, whichever one you prefer. I normally do 80, but I'm working off of 70 right now because I'm testing something when I'm going through this process. 70% of volume traded in this area. Okay, think of again like a bell curve, right? You have 100 things, 100 widgets, right? And you put 70 of your widgets in here. Well, then you have 30 widgets left. So you put like 15 in here and 15 in here. Now all of your 100 widgets are there. Well, 70% of your widgets are in here, the majority of them. And outside of that range, there's about 15% of the volume traded and about 15% of the volume traded. Those areas are areas of interest. It's where price action came into those areas, did not spend a lot of time in, did not spend a lot of value in, rejected, and moved back into value. Does that make sense? Because most of the time, in order for volume to accumulate in a particular area, it has to spend time there. So it spent more time in here. So you can take it and think of it this way. You have 100 minutes. 70 of those minutes were very highly active. That happened in here. Then you have 30 minutes that wasn't very active. 15 of those minutes are in here. 15 minutes of those are in here. Your inactive minutes are showing in here of less activity, and less activity because it spent less time there. Perfect. And we're looking for price action to rotate in unfair lows where it rejected and moved higher into value, unfair highs where it rejected and moved lower into value. And now we're done with this chart. And now we go to where your question is. 30-minute. And this is now custom profiles. These are not drawn like the daily where they're just automatic, okay? And what we're doing in these custom profiles is this. Price action in this area of value, its high is up here and its low is all the way down here, okay? Well, price action came up, moved into value area high, came down to the value area low, came up to value area high, came down to the value area low, and came up to value area high and started to trend higher. The highest point of this trend, of this area of value, happened here. The first close above that area is right here. we're now going to index a new profile from that close. Why from that close? Because that close represents something. When price action breaks out of a range, it doesn't mean it's a trend, it's just a breakout. And that breakout is a market shift because one of two things is going to happen after the breakout. Either one, it's going to move back into value, or two, it's going to start a trend. So this bar is highly significant because it represents the market shift itself. So we want to index the shift that caused the area of balance or imbalance market condition to start in the first place. We don't need a high, we don't need a low, or some high or some low. We need the bar that we recognize as a market shift. And that's that bar. Since then, price action traded up into value area high here and has continued to trade higher since. Another breakout here that rejected at the higher prices, right? For price action to move and continue to move higher, which could be a new market shift. We are in an imbalanced market condition right now, period. We're trending higher, okay? Knowing that we're trending higher, now these areas here that were marked as green, these are now the areas, or marked in red, excuse me. These are now the areas that we actually want to go long out of. But we have to recognize, though, that there's still unfair highs where rejection and rotation to value area low can take place. It hasn't happened yet. So we're going to move in direction of trend, knowing that if buyers leave the market, price action is going to come back and test lower areas of value. Does that make sense? Questions, comments, concerns? Does everybody think that I'm full of crap yet? It's a joke. Can't take yourself too seriously, right? Now, we're going to take that information and we're going to apply it to the live edge. We're going to increase, and I didn't hit the play, so I apologize, but I was teaching in there anyhow. It usually takes me about 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes to create my PMA. It's my pre-market analysis. It's pretty simple. It's something I've been doing for a long time. So it's just something that comes natural to me to do, right? But indexing gray areas with green and red lines is not exactly difficult to do. The art of it all happens on this chart. So if anybody plays guitar or knows anything about guitar, right? Everything on your left hand in the top of the guitar, right? That's where all your chords are played and stuff, right? That's where your rules and your consistency exist, right? The art is in the right hand. Well, all of this that I just showed you, all of that is the left hand. Now we're going to get into the short time frame chart where the art exists. I'm not looking for short right now. No, I'm actually looking for a long position. I'm looking for longs only because we're in an imbalanced market condition higher, meaning we're trending higher. Okay. So let me show you my scenarios for the day. I will do this a lot of times in my pre-market analysis. I don't anymore for me, but for my community, I do. And I just didn't do it today, but I will right now. So now what I do is I create scenarios. Okay. And I don't know if anybody listens or watches South Park or not, but there's a character called Timmy on South Park, and I draw stick figures that look like Timmy. It's really sad, and I can't stop it. But What I can do though is try to draw something here for you guys once I can figure out again how to shut this little section off that I'm trying to shut off. Now I know volume profile gurus will make you pay for this. Yeah, I paid $12,500 for this information from a guru, but it was definitely well worth it. I just don't want to charge anybody because I'm doing something else. Okay, I don't know where it's at, and I'm not going to spend time in there and trying to figure it out. I did it a couple times, but I can't find it now. So now what we're doing is the scenarios. We're in an imbalanced market condition higher. So I'm anticipating price action to come out of this area, to come back, test that area, and then move higher into a long direction. Scenario 1 for me today for a long position. Okay. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, what else can the market do? If buyers turn around and do not accept higher prices, price action is going to come back down into value, and it's going to come, well, actually, let me adjust my area here. Price action is going to come down from unfair highs, and it's probably going to, more than likely, come back into low volume nodes, which are low volume areas which act as rejection, because price action didn't spend time in those areas at all. And so I have this area here. And I have this area here. So if price action, oh, rude, hold on, there. So if price, and I've only been using this charting software for a couple weeks now, so don't laugh at my inability to use it. So if price action comes down to here, comes back into this area and rejects, I'm willing to go short in this area here. And then, of course, if we get a wild day, which do happen, right? A wild day is going to look like this. Price action is going to continue to facilitate trade through value. And as it continues to facilitate trade through value, wrong one, there we go. As it continues to trade through value, we're going to get below value area low. And if we do, what I want to see is not that. If we do get below value area low, then what I want to see is a low volume node like this for price action to come into, after it breaks, pull back, and get me into a short continuation trade. That, my friends, is how I build my trading plan every single day. My areas, my places of interest, all the areas where I am going to go hunting. And the left is a footprint chart, yeah. And then, of course, if we come in here into this area and we reject back higher again into higher areas of value, then I have this low volume in the context of value that I can come down now and take scalping positions from. So that's another long perspective. And those are all my areas. Questions? And this chart here is a footprint chart, absolutely. And on the footprint chart, I have these little circles that come up. And this is directly from deep charts, and it's what they call big trades. And what we're looking for is imbalances of bid and ask or offer, right? So bid, offer, buy, sell, right? Volume within these bars, and looking for areas where sellers or buyers are stronger in a particular area of a bar. That's all it's doing. I don't trade off of these. I use these to help me identify the auctions where buyers and sellers are conversing together at near prices. That's what gives me the support and resistance areas to be looking for taking my trades out of on a short-term chart, anticipating price action to rotate between those areas until one side gets aggressive, and then you can move in the direction of that aggressiveness in the direction of your overall perspective of your long-term charts. Does that make sense? Absorption is something different. Okay, this is what absorption is. Let me show you. Okay, see how you have the 43, 31, 18 coming down, right? You have 16, 21, 28, 2. You only have 9, 6, 22, 23, 31, and 11 on the buy side. You actually have more sellers coming into these lows than you do buyers. Yet price action goes back above its open, leaves this wick down here of these sellers, and price action moves higher. This happened because buyers are absorbing sellers at the low. Even though you made a lower low, buyers absorbed those sellers. Sellers were unable to make a continuation move, an extension to the low itself. The buyers absorbed that selling pressure and price action closed higher. One of my favorite trades is right here in one of my areas where I'm looking long. Barely break a low, and then turn around, you get strong buyers absorbing the selling pressure, or you see, very low selling that broke the low in the first place. The buyers getting aggressive moves price action above the open again. Why? You don't want to catch a falling knife. You don't want to get in when the bar is still down. Wait till you get it up bar to prove buyer acceptance at higher prices. Now you turn around and you take your long, and there's your momentum. And the word price action rotate back down to volume point of control. Any questions, comments, concerns? Hey, C, do you hear? I am going to go grab some more water real quick. I'm going to be back in like a minute. Okay. And then I am going to come back. I'm going to see if there's any questions, and there's not. I'm going to go to the 9:30 time frame, and I'm going to lock myself in, and I'm going to trade this session like I would if nobody was here. I'm not going to be answering questions in session. We can talk about those things after I'm done trading and I'm done with that process. I want everybody to see how you trade around these areas without distraction. Okay. Um, Big upside move without any stopping. Yeah, I mean, kinda. I mean, you what you're doing is buyers are facilitating trade to higher prices, right? They're in charge, right? And they're going to be until they subside. So I'm going to be right back, and then we're going to get into this. Okay, we are back. We are back. I'm going to move this forward. Any questions? No questions. Beautiful. It's time to trade. We're going to 9:30. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to analyze the markets as they're trading. I'm going to talk about what it is that I am seeing. I'm going to talk about where it's at, what it's doing, what I'm anticipate to happen. And then where I'm looking at entries, and then you're going to see all my entries on these charts, my targets, my stops, everything. Well, I don't really place targets, but I do every once in a while. And I'll explain to you when I am doing that as well. Okay, here we go. We are at 928. We're going to move this one more bar forward. I don't trade the open, so we don't have to worry about being exact. And here we go. Okay. Let me drop this down a little bit so everybody can kind of see, because we have a little bit of volatility. First thing you're going to notice on my charts, I have initial balance over the first 15 minutes. So it's the first 15-minute range, right? We got buyers, buyers, sellers, sellers, okay? This selling in here, it's not all that strong. This isn't either. The buy side, though, 140 and 171. 28, and so I'm not too concerned about this one right now. This is where the majority of our volume is being traded at right now, which is right in the mid-range of this bar. Go figure. Price action moved higher, opened lower, moved higher, and came right back into the mid-range to where most of the buyers and sellers were in the market in the first place, right? As you come down, you're going to test to see if buyers or sellers are strong, and this is our first auction. We have buyers and sellers willing to communicate with one another right here. I want to index this area. I'm indexing the buyers on both the buy side and down below as well. So buyers here, and sellers here. We're going to extend this over to the right. That is an area of contention that I see in the market. It's right around the mid-range here. I'm anticipating that buyers are going to be, if price action comes up, breaks up here towards the mid of the top of the range, I'm anticipating that price action is going to come back and test into this area, and the same thing for sellers and coming back as well. Now we got to give this market some time to develop, and we just wait. A lot of buyers at the top of this bar as well. Anticipation this high to break. The high breaks. Another buyer up here. We're probably going to rotate and test to see if other buyers are below us. Price action comes into this buyer here. We should see another price action above a higher high. If we don't see the higher high, the buyers are not exactly in charge right now. We just saw a higher high. Buyers are in charge. Buyers are in control of this market at this point in time. We're going to see a cycling possibly down here. Do we see the buyers? 138.98, still strong, moving up. It's looking for this high to break again. The high breaks. So I'm not anticipating any major pullbacks here because buyers are still participating at higher prices. Now we have a new buyer section up here, 103. Price action couldn't even break the high. We broke back down again, brought in sellers. Now we're going to test lower prices and lower areas, looking for buyers getting aggressive into this market. Okay, testing the highs again. That's fine. We're probably going to see rejection up here. I'm not anticipating this high to break right now. I'm looking for it to come back down, retest these sellers, and test in the lower prices down here, looking for buyers to come back in. In other words, buyers are leaving out here rejection. Sellers are going to come down, or the auction is going to facilitate price down, looking for where buyers are willing to enter the market again. Okay, now, because we're in an imbalanced market condition higher, buyers can come in at any given time and break this high. This is what I'm looking at right now because price action was unable to break the high. But we did come down, we tested the sellers, and now we broke another high. We didn't bring another buyer in there, which is fine. But price action now is coming back and testing where the buyers were. They're going to come back up and test the buyers. If this market's strong, we're going to make another higher high. If the market's not, we don't make a higher high, and we're going to come back down and test where buyers once were. Constantly facilitating market price action between where buyers are strong and sellers are strong. Price action's pulling back a little bit right below where the buyers were, anticipating price action to come up, turn into an up bar, possibly break this high. We do have some sellers coming in here for the 170s and 77s. The sellers are drying up. The buyers are extending price higher still. No major pullbacks coming into the market because we're still continually facilitating higher prices. A seller comes in as we test the prior buyer down here, which makes perfect sense because we came in, created the wick, traded down, price action traded back up, tested where the buyers were, didn't make a higher high. Now we're probably going to come back down and test to the sellers and see if there's sellers in the market or not. Price action is facilitating buyers here where they once were. Price action can't come back down farther, but unable to move into the highs until now. Now we're testing where the buyers are. Testing into buyers. Buyers are still strong. Price action's moving higher. There's nothing telling us that the market's going down, if there's any participation to the downside at all. We're at 934, still too early for me to make any trades. Initial balance is extremely wide this morning. Anticipate a wide market condition. Wide market condition means we're probably going to move into exploratory highs, or at least testing the highs around 30 or so. Price action's continuing to move higher. We've got some momentum coming into this market. There's definitely some things going on up here at the highs. What do we have up here? We got some sellers coming into the market. Sellers are coming into the market off of the highs. Buyers are defending where they were once strong. Price action's coming back up to test the sellers. We test right back down to where the buyers are strong. One tick down, immediately facilitate trade higher. Buyers are still controlling in this market. This is not rejection. This is just regular, just price action, testing where buyers are still strong and buyers are defending higher prices. Now we turn around and have some sellers coming into this market. Opened, couldn't make a higher high and coming down. Where are we going to come down to? More than likely to test the buyers down here in this area. If this doesn't hold, the buyers don't step in, we're going to start testing lower areas, and we're more than likely going to come down and test this low here. I'm anticipating price action to possibly come down, break this low, and then we're going to see what happens once that takes place. Buyers respond from where they were once strong. Let's see if the sellers can get through that area. Where do we have 157 and 107 sellers here. This is actually our VPOC on the bar. This is holding as support right now. Price action's moving higher. Let's see what happens here at the 2735. That's the area of contention right now. Boom. We immediately move higher. Anticipate price action to possibly come down here. Test a little bit low. There it is. Do we see a buyer? We sure do. Now we're rotating back down because we came up to the 2740 there, and they're unable to move prices higher. Now we're going to find this area here. We're going to index this because now this is the area we're anticipating that's going to be tested after this area down here is tested. Price action is moving around the auction. That's all it's doing because we're in an auction and price action is facilitating trade. Price action barely broke the high. We have another area of an auction here. Price action is probably going to come down and test the lower auction before it breaks a high. Price action didn't break the high, coming down, testing the sellers, immediately found buyers, came back down, tested sellers, right? Didn't find the buyers up here. If price action facilitates trade back into the open, expect this high to be broken. If not, price action is going to come down here into this area and test to see if buyers respond at the lower prices. See the sellers coming in here, 128, 102 comparatively to 66 at the lows. We're continuing to the downside. Buyers once responded in here, they responded immediately, got right back above that area we were just talking about where the sellers started getting strong. Price action facilitates here, should see a higher high. Now test again, look to see if it facilitates up here again to a higher high. And we do not anticipate price action to continue to rotate back down, looking for buyers at lower prices because they're not facilitating prices higher right now. Doesn't mean they won't, just means right now they're not, but now they are. But do we make a higher high? That's the question. We do not. Now we should be seeing price action facilitate to the lower area to see buyers. And if they do, this is an area where I'm looking at participating. Price action comes down and tests the auction, trades right through it. Beautiful. See how we're breaking the lows in here? We're breaking the lows, right? And we had a continuation play to the downside. Now we've got sellers actually controlling this market for the first time. We're probably going to come down and test this seller. If we break through this seller, what are we looking at? 126, 56, 67. Possible absorption of buyers here. Possible absorption of buyers here. Let's see. Nope. Continued down. We didn't facilitate trade back above the buyers. Price action now is continuing lower. We do have this area here of support, right? But we're looking for price action to possibly come back down here into this area to see if we can't facilitate more buyers. Price action is going to come up, test where the sellers once were, come off of that area and probably make a lower low. And then we turn around and see what happens here. Price action comes back up to the sellers, tries to trade back above it. They don't accept, trades back below again, doesn't make a higher high, comes back down, anticipate the close of this bar to be tested. What's going on with the buyers here? We're seeing significant buying. Buy pressure comes back above here. Now let's see what happens if we come back up to here. We're coming back down, testing the sellers. Let's see what happens when we come back into this auction. Price action back here at the sellers again, could not break lower. Right? It's significant. We got back down to the sell area, could not break lower. Sellers were not here, and then boom, we couldn't make a higher high. So now we're right back down to the close of this bar. Look and see what happens at the low of this bar. Do we come back in here to where the sellers are, or do we break below here this area? Now we have some buyers coming back in here to the strong side. We shouldn't be breaking back down to the low of this bar if these are truly buyers coming back into this market. But what do? We get the low now. Now we have some possible trapped buyers in here. If we turn around and break this low, we could see a continuation of a few ticks because we could see a possible stop run for the buyers that are possibly trapped up in here after buying, trying to expect to see continuation play to the upside. Not because of a stop run. Because monkeys decided to buy here. Why monkeys? Circus. Retail traders. Price action breaks higher, didn't break the lows. We came right back into the auction. And what did we do once we got to the auction? We came off, and now we're trading above the auction again. Buyers are now in control of this market. It's not quite my time to trade, and I had that little thing that pops up. I don't know why. I got to talk to them on Monday to get that taken off. But now we're looking for the long side and the continuation to the long side. Where is this position wrong? It's really wrong back through here if we break through this auction, but I want to give it some space because we have momentum in this market at the moment. We barely broke a high. This is actually what you were talking about here with the seller absorption, okay? The buyers stepped in right at the highs, but then the sellers came in very weak. Buyers unable to facilitate trades higher. That's the absorption of the sellers right there, okay? We do have strong delta into here, but look at the delta coming off of here, all right? Price action is more likely going to come down and facilitate trade lower, testing here into this area, okay? Didn't quite get there. We got back above to where the buyers are. We're back to the entry point, but we're still here trading around this area of auction, right? And so this is our area of resistance, and this is now our area of support down here, our primary area of support, but we still have this area of support below us as well. Price action's moving back into that area of support. Don't have any buyers facilitating trade. We couldn't even come back up here to get into this buy area. Price action is unable to go lower, but now we have sellers in here as well. I'm anticipating this area to be tested now. Facilitating higher, didn't come back down here to test. Let's see if sellers defend. I don't like the buyer up here at all. Yeah, it's a buyer, but I don't like it being at the high of the bar, right? This is where the monkeys turn around and buy, and then this is where you're looking for a pullback, and this is where they get stopped out. Price action just made another higher high with another buyer up here. I don't like that either. I don't like my entry point. I'm moving my stop to a break even. So break even now at $20. No momentum yet. Back here at the auction area, holding the auction area. Didn't stop me out yet, right? Price actions testing where the buyers are, came back up here to this buyer, still buying here. We really need to see higher prices. There it goes. Now we see the higher prices. Now let's see if we can get momentum to come in above this high. Not enough price action, not enough buyers yet to actually break this high, but if it does, I'm anticipating some momentum to come into this market. I don't want to move my stop above where it's at right now because I want to keep my entry in case we break. If we come back down, we're probably going to test in here and going to be able to get a better price. Price action is still testing the buyers. The buyers are still holding. Not much more to say about that than that. Buyers are still holding, but we're not making higher highs, so I'm anticipating this price action to come down and test this low. The seller's in here. We're going to test the seller. We can't get above the buyers. We're going to break this low. Low is broken. Beautiful. Stopped out on a small gain break-even trade. Just call it a break-even. So price action tests the sellers again, gets back up here to the buyers. We're facilitating trade higher. This is where I want to get back in. Buyers are turning around and trading at higher prices. We can still facilitate lower, so I'm going to move my stop way down here, only so I can add in more positions later if I get back into here where I can actually get in because we are defending the higher prices. Price action is moving higher. The 30-minute chart, we have a nice big old move here. Good delta coming in. Delta still increasing on all sides. We're up 160 in the position. Bring in my stop a little bit because there's no reason to take in that massive loss just because we have higher highs in here and we could be seeing some rejection. And if we do, I'll get back in at lower prices. If we do stop me out in here, reduce that risk a little bit. I don't see momentum coming into this market, and I would be anticipating to see some momentum. But we're seeing some resistance into this buying here, and look at the sellers. The sellers are starting to get aggressive at 293. I'm going to go ahead and move my stop to a break even again here because I don't like the sellers there at the top of the bar. Just don't like them. They're not playing nice. We're just going to wait. Price action is probably going to come down here, testing these buyers, see that they have an auction here. So we have another area of support just above us. I'm going to go ahead and lock in $5 and probably take a small expense on this if it comes back down again. Back into the auction, can't facilitate price higher. We're going to break this low. I was going to move that, but whatever. So price action now is back below this auction. Price is in his auction here. Here's your sellers. You're turning around. You're seeing some buying pressure from this area. I don't want to buy on this bar right now because I don't want to get into a down bar, and I want to only buy above this auction because this auction is going to act as an area of resistance. I don't want to buy into the resistance. That's why I was buying into this area here, because there was no auctions above us before, but there is now. I could switch over to a downside at the moment because I'm anticipating price action to move lower, but I don't want to fade this trend. If I'm short and price action starts to move back up here, I could be long, but I wouldn't be wrong yet, so I wouldn't be stopped out, and now I'm going to get a worse price on my long if I try to take a short. So I'm waiting for the long position. I'm waiting for price action to come back down into this area and then possibly back in above where the sellers are to look for buyers to come back into this market. We have resistance up here. We have support in here. We got support in here. We got support lower. Support all over the place. We're just trading off the resistance right now. Going to test into this area of auction. There's a test into the auction. We test into the sellers. We test into the auction again. Test into the sellers. We're just going back and forth, facilitating trade in this area because buyers and sellers are neither aggressive. So we're just turning around and trading in this small little area of auction right here between buyers and sellers because neither one of them want to show any form of aggression yet. Price action's moving back above our area again. I'm going to go ahead and move my stop down here because we get back down into this area. I'm going to be long. Why did I go long here and not wait for this area? Because we went through this area of sellers and we tested it so many times, right? I'm anticipating buyers to come back in again. I'm looking for a potential momentum to come into the high up here. Why? Because we barely made a lower low here, 107 sellers, 185 sellers, and we couldn't make any lower lows on very low volume. That means the buy volume right now is absolutely absorbing the sellers. If you look at this bar here of volume in here, we still had buy volume in this high, large volume in this low right here, but we were unable to actually come down and break any lows. Now we're starting to break lows, right? That's okay because I'm anticipating price action to come back down into this area anyhow, testing the auction, and it give me another entry point for a long. Whereas my next area I'd be looking at for individuals to come in would be down here for another buy. Price action is just cycling between this auction and this auction. And right now, when I said before that I wanted to be in above this auction is actually holding as resistance. I don't like my long position as well as I did because the momentum didn't come in to push us through that previous auction, which means buyers are not aggressive of those high prices. Price action, I'm only up $100 right now. I could move my stop to a break even, but I don't want to continue to cycle between these two areas. Price actions testing the auction, couldn't even make a higher high, and now price action is coming back down and going to test these sellers. It's just trading in this nice little range right here. And why isn't it slowing down right now? What's happening in this market? We had price action come down. Delta didn't make any lower low. We made a lower low here, less selling pressure in here, right? But price action closed higher. And now we have this bar that can't even make a higher high. And now it's like, okay, well, what do we do? Sellers aren't willing to push price lower. Buyers aren't willing to push price higher. We are just kind of stuck at the moment. And we're just like a spring and we're just compressing and pressing and pressing. And now we should be anticipating momentum to come in either to the upside or the downside. Broke the high by one tick. Not enough to really do anything. It's 950 right now. This is after the 15 minutes of the initial balance, and now we're starting to get a little bit of momentum to come into the market. But the momentum isn't going to be really fun unless we break this high. So we're just waiting. We're initial balance, couldn't close above it. I'm going to go ahead and leave my stop where it's at right now because I'm anticipating a cycling of higher prices. If we do come back down and buyers continue to support this area, we could come back down into this area and give me a better price, and I don't want to lose my initial price. I could move my stop to a break even right now, but again, that's the reason why I'm not, because I'm looking at adding to this position at a lower price instead of trying to get out with a little scalp here, because I'm still anticipating buyers to be strong and I'm anticipating higher prices and momentum to come into this market. So I'm going to give myself a nice wide breath here. I'm going to have an account with at least $5,000 in drawdown, so I have plenty of room to be able to sustain this type of loss. So price action is turning around and moving right back down into that area of auction. Anticipate now the highs to break. If the highs break, we're going to break these highs, you break these highs, and that's where the momentum will probably enter the market. That's when it becomes really fun. I don't want to buy another one here. I want to buy it at lower prices. I don't want to increase my average. I want to decrease it. Price action is now moving higher. We broke this high by one tick. We're still finding resistance here at the highs. Remember, I told you I didn't like these highs, these buyers coming in at these highs. This is the exact reason why I don't like it, because it actually acts as resistance instead of support in the market. And now we have another buyer coming into the market here. Do not like that at all. We could see a failure of this upside now because we have buyers and buyers that could be trapped if we don't see buyers extending price action, because sellers are going to come down and test lower prices, and these buyers are going to need to be able to get out at some point in time. And when they do, it's going to be on stops and they're going to be on market orders, and market orders are market driven market driven orders, not passive like limit orders. They're going to drive the market. So now I want to wait and see exactly what goes on here. We're back to the auction again. See if price action get above the close of this bar. Cannot. Test the sellers again. Still cannot get above the close of this bar. Now we're going to see a cycling to the downside. We're going to see a cycling to the downside because the buyers are not aggressive into buying higher prices. I'm going to go ahead and lock in a little bit of profit in this position now, instead of just allowing myself to get stopped at a break even. Up 133 trades, 2 break evens, 1 very small revenue, is we're not breaking out of the upside, but I'm still not going short in this market. Why am I not going short in this market? Because we are doing nothing but testing highs and testing highs and testing highs, and we can't test lows, and buyers are constantly coming in and defending the lower areas. Price actions coming down and testing where the sellers are, testing this auction area. Right here from before, we got the other auction below us, but price action's unable to make the lows. Like 121 sellers. We got 12 here. We got, see if we get some aggressive buying coming in here. We do not. So I don't want to buy this yet off of this, because this could be a move that could move us back down to the other side of support from where the other auction was. Price action still holding the sellers here. 209 still can't break a lower low. Delta's actually moving into a lower low right now, but price action cannot break a lower low. There's finally the lower low. Don't have any buyers stepping into this market yet. Let's see if we can come down and test this area. We got through VPOC here. Price action is now trading lower at lower prices. We do have buyers stepped in here. We haven't tested this area for a while. Let's see if we get some reaction to the buyers here. Do we, because what we're expecting is possible support in here. Does price actually support, or does it just break lower? If it breaks lower, now we have an area where there's a possibility where buyers are not actually in control in the market right now, and we have a failure to the upside. Why am I not going short? Because we're still in an imbalanced market condition higher. I'm not going to fade the trend. The trend is your friend. Now I'm going to go ahead and enter here because I have the auction below me, and I can possibly scalp out if I need to, if we do have failure up here. We have the auction below us, a seller here, a buyer back above us again. I'm anticipating a possible rotation to the upside to retest the other auction above us. It is 9:56. So still plenty of the time of the day for a move to happen. Very slow morning, but we still have time. And we're just trading in between these two areas of auction, the most current and this one here, and price action isn't doing much of anything. I'm anticipating this auction here to actually be tested, but it is not. Price action is now moving higher. I have this area here where I can be a little bit less aggressive on my stop. If I get stopped out here, I can still get back into the upside. But yeah, do I want to do that, or do I want to give this more room? No, we'll go ahead and leave it here. The reason why I'm thinking about giving it room is because we're hitting the resistance up here. We're not seeing buyers get aggressive. We could be seeing lower prices come in. Having my stop down here makes a lot of sense. Instead of trying to be aggressive with it, I'm going to move it down just a little bit below here. If I get stopped out here, we're going to test in here, and it gives me another place for a long. I'm going to be able to recoup that easily. Price action now is coming back down below again because we couldn't get above this auction. That's why I moved my stop in the first place, so I could hold this position instead of it possibly moving up through, and then I have to get in as a higher price. See what happens at this low here, because the price action is going to break this low. Why do I say it's going to break this low? Because price action is not moving higher and making higher highs. Every time we try to make the high here, it turns around and comes back down. So price action is going to at least test this low because buyers are not aggressive at lower prices. We test the low, 92, 139, very low participation to the sellers on this low. And we don't have much buying pressure up here yet. And price action is not moving higher on low volume, so we're probably going to come back down and break the low. How's everybody doing over there? Everybody good? Is this helping anybody? If this is helping you, just go ahead and put a W in the chat so I know that you're good to go, you're still here, and you're liking the content. If not, then I need to change the content around because it's not helping anybody. Price action tested the lows, right? You get lower volume in here at 48 and 60, but price action can't even get above its close and turn around and get above resistance. So what should you be anticipating? Price action is going to create a lower low here. And now we're just kind of getting caught in a range-bound market a little bit without a continuation play to the upside. However, sellers are not getting aggressive on the downside yet. So as long as sellers are not getting aggressive on the downside, we still have our up play in play today, looking for higher market or higher prices. Thanks, Jerry. Appreciate you. So now we're back down here at the lows. We got 178 sellers here. Sellers are starting to now get aggressive. We're probably going to see price action come back down and test into this area, maybe even into these lows down here. That's why I put my stop below those lows instead of getting out with a small stop, because price action, if it does come back down into these areas, in any of these areas, it could whip really quickly back into these areas, and I'd be getting in at a worse price than here because this has been my best price of getting in so far today. Price action hitting where buyers were. We're seeing resistance come in again, anticipating possibly for this low to close if we can't break where buyers once were, because buyers are not getting aggressive where they once were before. Price action is looking fairly weak here because we can't get into higher highs. What is an uptrend? Higher highs and higher lows. We haven't made any lower lows yet, but we're not making any higher highs, and we're trading in this range at the moment. So now we're in a range-bound market instead of an uptrending market, and we're trying to go long. Nothing better, right? Good times today. Momentum decided not to come into the market when we were anticipating momentum to come into the market. So what are we anticipating here? Lincoln, how's it going? So, welcome. I am trading right now. I'm kind of focused on trading, but I will be back to the chat here just shortly after we turn around and see what the market's going to do for us. I'm just trying to focus on the trades because we did a pre-market analysis for everybody, and now we're turning around and learning how to trade the market around that pre-market analysis. The pre-market analysis exists on the 30-minute chart, right in the middle of the screen where all the little red circles and green circles and everything else is with the squiggly lines because I can't draw. Price action failed at the higher highs up here, rejection at the highs, coming back down, probably going to test lows. But thank you so much for showing up, Lincoln. We truly appreciate you. If you have any questions, please let me know and I will absolutely get to them as soon as I get done trading here within the next 15, 20 minutes, probably, as long as price action decides to finally facilitate either to lower or higher prices, which right now it's not doing either. Good times is what it is. So price action still here at the same buyers, still finding the same resistance. I love the energy too, Lincoln, by the way, the hey thing. I love it. You're amazing. Good people. Appreciate you. Oh, price action now has a buyer up here. Monkeys are back into the highs. Monkeys is being retail traders trying to buy a high to see if they can't get a continuation trade to the upside. And that's just going to give more fodder to the sellers to turn around and say, hey, we're going to try to run this stop. Good times. Thank you, buyer. Love retail traders. Started about 2 months ago. Trading? Yeah, me too. Yeah, I came out of retirement 2 months ago, though, so I can't say I just started trading 2 months ago. I took my first trade in 1998, back when the dinosaurs still roamed the world, and there's dirt out there that's younger than I am, but it's all good. I am here trying to figure out how to use technology and not using my stone tablets anymore, chiseling out hieroglyphics. Price action's trying to break a lower low here because it doesn't want to go higher. And that's pretty much today's lesson. Price action decided not to do anything at the highs. How's the trading going so far, Lincoln, since you started about 2 months ago? And see, Jerry, I can't help myself. This is what I mean. I really try to stay focused and I can't help myself. So, one of the things I do want to point out here is I just love people in general because I think people are absolutely amazing, especially individuals that come in with the hey type energy. And it's just like, okay, I have to say something to these people. Price action now has broken back down through. We have nothing but sell delta in here coming in. We don't have any buy delta whatsoever. I'm anticipating my stop is probably going to be in trouble here because we don't have the buy volume coming in, but we do have sellers coming in at this low. However, with the delta coming in, with the sellers coming in, I'm anticipating this low to be broken. Buyers are not stepping in, but they are now, but they're not because they're not making higher highs. This is the key here, right? Just because you see price action move higher does not mean that buyers are stepping into the market. What's happening? The auction is looking for participants. Price action was not going lower, it's going to move higher looking for participants. Participants between the range of this bar. It's going to take buyers to step in to get above the close and break highs. Okay, so just because a bar is moving doesn't mean sellers are stepping into the downside or going up on the ups or buying on the upside. We're facilitating trade. Facilitating trade and actual strong buyers and sellers are two different things. Facilitating trade is rotational. When you have strong buyers or sellers, it's directional. Which is better for me, a $2,000 live account or a funded account? For 2,000? Ooh, what market are you trading? What market are you trading? And what size are you trading? And is it micro or mini? You're just starting. Okay. So take that $2,000, put it into a savings account for yourself, and utilize that for the funded accounts. However, okay, do not go out there and get yourself a $79 account right now, okay, for an eval. This is why you're a developing trader. What you don't want to do is go out there into your trading right now. You need time. You need time to develop. You need to be on sim. You need to make sure that you have an edge in your trading a plan, which won't give you that until you have a good 30 trades. If you're a high volume trader, you're going to need at least 60 to 100 trades. You need to give yourself time to make sure that you have an edge over time and that you're able to execute your trading plan around multiple market conditions. That would be the advice that I would give to you. Unsolicited, I get it. There is a lot there. I'm still trading. I will get back to you shortly. But that's what I would tell myself if I was a brand new trader. Do those things first. And if you can't find the consistency in sim, you're not going to find consistency in live. And $2,000 is not enough in a cash account in order to be able to overcome with drawdowns. It's just not. Not in today's world of current market condition and the high volatility. Good. You've been practicing for a month. Good. Beautiful. And the minis, yeah, the minis. How many contracts are you doing in the minis at a time? We're up a little bit over 200, but we're not seeing momentum up here. Again, we've got a buyer, possibly trapped again at the high. We're just rotating between the two highs here. Price action is coming back up again. Can't even make a higher high yet. I still don't want to lose my position here, so I'm going to continue to hold my stop. I did raise it up though into this area just so I don't take a major, a full risk, right? I'm only taking like a half R instead of a full R if you're looking at risk reward ratio. I don't like risk reward ratio because you're arbitrarily entering the market at a particular price saying, hey, market, you're going to give me a 1-to-1 or a 2-to-1. You're doing that because you don't understand how the market works and the market conditions within your position. Price action still up here over at the highs. I could have gotten into another position, but of course I was talking to somebody and not fully paying attention, and I did it again. Jerry, I did it again. Seed, now I'm starting to sound like Britney Spears. Oops, I did it again. But you know what, though? This was much better than it was in the last few sessions. So price action now is coming back up into the high again. Let's see if we can break out of this high this time. We're coming up there, facilitating 64 contracts, unable to really break too much. I'm using Ninja and Quant Tower. Okay. And then 5K or 10. What's the 5K or 10? 5,000 or 10,000? So now we're up 280, up 310. That's enough now for me to be able to move my stop to at least a break even, but I am anticipating price action to come up now and possibly break these highs. I've been waiting for momentum to come into this market all day today, and it's just not doing it. A price action is filling again up here at these highs. We have a buyer again. We're up here. I didn't index this earlier, but I am going to index this now because I do need this area because I need to see what price action is doing around this area right now. Price action is coming up, breaking highs. We're going to head and moving our stop now up to the close. We're going to start locking in some profit. We're going to move it up to the highs here, anticipating some possible more momentum coming into the market. Test the buyers. Beautiful. We need to see a higher high now. Do we see a higher high? We see a high, but not a higher high. We're going to come back down and test the buyers again. Do we see a high? We do not. Price action is probably going to facilitate to lower prices now. So price action came back down, facilitated it into the lower prices. Price action came back up and tested buyers. We weren't able to even turn around and buy above the higher prices where the buyers were yet, but that was a nice big move. That was substantial. Price action with the delta now. Delta is supporting the buy side, and look at the sellers here. See how much sellers we had, and then price action came back above the high, anticipating now if we do see some delta coming in, we could now see price action push higher fairly rapidly. More delta coming in, testing in where the buyers are, but we're not seeing us go back up yet. We need to see a high here. If we don't see a higher high, there we go. Beautiful. Now do we get momentum into the market? We're now up 610. I'm going to go ahead and block in 340, up 585, coming off the high here, locking in 340 on the position. If we start breaking the higher high, I can move price action below the close, up into the high here. If not, we're going to circle back and have revenue about $340. Question is, are we going to go to the moon or not? Do we want to rocket to the moon, or are we going to crash back down into the stop? That is the ultimate question, and time will be the facilitator of answer. We're back here into the buy side. See where I put my stop? Right below where the buyers were, because I don't want to put it above where the buyers are, because I'm anticipating this area to be tested. Price action tests the area, and I am flat with the $385 revenue position, because that's all the market wants to give me right now. How am I, Brittany? I'm doing great, thank you. Doing great. Still crazy as all hell. What do they call it? Batshit crazy? Yes. So now price action is coming in and testing the buyers again at lower prices. We're still in facilitating trades up here. That's about all we're doing right now. Price action is coming back down, testing the buyers. I would be looking at getting long again here, but I don't like this delta. I don't like delta at all right now. Even though price action is coming up after this test in this auction, we still have a very, very strong delta. I'm anticipating a possible rotational to the downside. Buyers, sellers. Lincoln, give me 1 second. I'm sorry, I'm not ignoring you. I'm really trying to show individuals how to trade around auction market theory. I'm thinking we're going to get some momentum into this market. We haven't gotten any momentum yet. Sellers are unable to come down. We have nice rejection off of a lower low. I really wanted to buy it down here, but I didn't like the delta. Delta is now coming up. Price action is still trading at its high. Price action is making higher high. Let's see if we can get a close above the high. God bless it. I swear, these buyers at these highs on this particular day. It's ridiculous. Another auction here. We're going to trade back through the auction. Let's see if we test the buyers or not. I'm not seeing momentum coming into this market, so I'm going to go ahead and lock in another 105. I'm not seeing them coming in because I'm looking at this auction here and anticipating some possible rotational market. So I want to be defensive on my stop and lock in a little bit of profit as price action is coming up. We're up 300, 305 at the high. We're locking in 105. Price action's coming back down, testing buyers. We got another auction above us. This is fun. So we got two auctions above us. If price action doesn't see momentum here and move away from this, we're going to circle and cycle back down again. We're up 400. I'm going to go ahead and lock in a little bit more revenue. We're going to lock in 180. We're up 405, up 400. Can we see 800? 800 would be really nice right now. Can we see it? Don't know. We'll find out. Price action's moving a little bit higher, up 420. Not really enough for me to lock in more profits. And now we're cycling back down through the auction. Some buyer support here, but we're going to hit that stop. Why? We're cycling down through the auctions too low, and buyers, we're not seeing enough buyers stepping into the market. More sellers here at 75 than there are buyers. Price action unable to facilitate trade over the 75. Price action comes back and tests the auction again, and let's see if we get buy pressure above that. Price action came back and tested again. And now, do we break a higher high? We're up 435, 430. I'm going to go ahead and put my stop here, lock in 210. Do we see some momentum in the markets? Can we see 800? I've been asking for momentum in the market all day today, and you've been giving me nothing. Not even a box of chocolates. It's so sad. If you're going to take advantage of me, give me chocolates first. Jeez, it's ridiculous. Another buyer at the high. Isn't that lucky? And then price action is going to come down, retest here where the auction is, which it just did, comes back into the buyers, can't get back above to the buying section. And now we got a little bit of momentum there for just a moment. Up 500, we're going to go ahead and lock in 310. We're going to go ahead and lock in 355 now because of all this buying pressure that's coming in. Back up above about 600, locking in 355. I'm going to move this up a little bit more at the 390 just in case we do turn around and rotational. I'm holding this close, these buyers as potential support. Price action is moving higher, back up to about 600. We're going to lock in 430. And so the worst case scenario is we get $430. Not too bad of a trade. And then we have another auction here now, another seller stepping in, anticipate price action to continue to rotate to the downside. And there's the stop. And there we go. 900, what was it, 5 trades today? 0 expense. And I missed an entry for an ad. And that's going to be about it. I mean, there's too many auctions going on. Price action's not increasing or anything else. No momentum coming in. It's directional, but more of a forced trade direction instead of a momentum direction. I just choose not to participate in their messery anymore. So funded, you're asking for a funded of 5-10,000. So if you want to go into a funded account, you've only been trading for 2 months. Okay. I don't know anything about your methodology. I don't know anything about your risk reward ratio. I don't know anything about your expectancy. I don't know anything about your percentage of wins or losses. I have no idea of how many trades you've taken. I have no idea of your money management, right? And so it's very difficult to discuss numbers on when a trader is new without a level of consistency. And this is where I go in, Lincoln, right? Into the idea of, I would first ask you this question. Why are you so gung-ho and set on going live right now? That's my question for you. What is your intention? What is it that you're looking for? And what makes you think that you've earned the right to a funded count yet at this point, 2 months in? I am not questioning your trading. I'm not questioning your integrity. I'm not questioning anything. My question to you is, what is your intention and what have you done that you feel has earned the right for a funded account 2 months into your trading career? Jerry, was that helpful? Did that help answer your questions in how to actually use order flow and short-term charts to trade and to enter around areas of long-term perspective or long-term charts? Because trading's not a game. Trading it's hard. It's relentless. You will be up, you will make some money, and then you make a mistake, and then your whole psychology is absolutely 100% off. And then you start trying to bring your mistakes back. You start over trading. You start questioning yourself. You start doing all sorts of stuff. And the next thing you know, you start questioning your own confidence, your own ability. You lose trust in yourself. And when that happens, you got to go back to the drawing board and fix it. What, 5,000 or 10,000? Okay, so here's what I'm telling you about prop accounts right now. Okay, they're like a casino. Casinos weren't built because of revenue. Okay, casinos were built because people lose money. Prop firms are designed for you to lose money. Why are they designed for you to lose money and to just continue to pay for the accounts themselves? The reason why they do that is um they do do you know what high watermark trailing stops are? And I probably should have re-entered down here on this. There's plenty of telling you. I mean, look, there's my lower low. There's the sellers, being absorbed. We're really stepping aside. Everything's telling me long right here. I just lost focus on the charts is all. It is what it is. I keep making the same mistake over and over again. I can't help myself. Oh, I'm so freaking ridiculous sometimes. But even here, right? You make the higher high, you closed above, and what do? You come back and you test where the buyers are. And that's exactly what we're doing right now. You're testing the buyers. You got some sellers coming in, you got buyers coming in. You should be anticipating breaking the high here. Then there's another possible long right there, looking for possible momentum in the market. Where are you wrong? You're wrong if you turn around and you get back through where the buyers are. Okay, because that's where the sellers come back into the market. Okay, and then you'd already be stopped out, right? This is what happens when you try to buy highs, because the market doesn't necessarily going to facilitate trade even after a bar like this, especially when it hasn't facilitated trade all day long. No, you haven't. It's not you at all, Lincoln. Don't. You know what? I am an adult. I'm a big boy. I'm not going to even say I'm a man. I'm just a big boy, right? I can turn around and take responsibility for my own actions. Nobody makes me do anything. Plain and simple. So you're not a distraction at all. I can't help myself but talk to people. That's the problem. And so when you're and for you to see the absorption like that, Lincoln, that tells me something. You've done your homework, right? But do you know what high watermark drawdowns are? Jerry, you still here? Or did I lose you? Did I bore you with my melodrama voice or my rotational commentary? I can tell you this, I didn't know what absorption was when I first traded my first 2 months, but then again, I was trading pork bellies. And we didn't have footprints or volume like this. We literally just had charts. But I'm also revenue of 900 today, so I'm not exactly too worried or upset. About 1400, 1500 below my expectancy, but it happens. Like to hear someone like you saying that about prop firms because everyone is trying to sell me their prop firm code, which I understand. Yeah. Well, it's part of their business. Why is it part of their business? Because they're still struggling traders. They need an income. And so it's not just part of the business, because the business is, you shouldn't you you shouldn't even have a prop code. Do I have a prop code? Do you see a prop code anywhere on my screen? Yeah, I can definitely tell that you've studied, most definitely. So prop firms are not designed to get you to make money. If you want to find a prop firm, you got to find one that has a static drawdown, not a dynamic watermarked drawdown. Okay. Or watermark high drawdown. Okay, what that means is you're up $1,000, right? Well, let's say let's say you have a $50,000 account. Okay, your drawdown is $2,000, so you're at 48,000, and you go and you make 1,000, so now you have 51,000. But you don't have $3,000 now, because your 48,000 goes up to 49,000. You still have that same $2,000 drawdown. Oh, yeah, Wyckoff ICT. Yeah. Yeah. The mathematical numbers that the institutions use. You, though, my friend, you might actually have a chance to be able to do something with that. Just the fact that you're talking about here and seeing the absorption and those type of things. Um, but most of the individuals doing that, um, it's tough. It is really tough. I was in a program at San Francisco State University for a Wyckoff um, chartered technical analysis program. So I'm pretty well versed in Wyckoff, and I don't use any of it. Because the market doesn't work off of mathematical numbers. It is an auction. Using delta by volume on my tick charts, and the I don't know what the MZ pack is. Volume footprint, cumulative delta, dome heat map. Okay, yeah. Okay. I mean, I have a heat map up too, that I use for when I'm live, but I just watch it. I don't actually use anything. I'm using pretty much everything. Oh yeah, Jerry. Yeah, absolutely. He is pretty much using everything. Yeah, definitely. Jerry, was that helpful for you? Was the commentary helpful? I missed this position here. I was talking. I did exactly what I said I wasn't going to. I missed an ad earlier as well. I wouldn't be adding, or wouldn't be entering up here though. I mean, there is an auction up here, but it's just too high at this point in time. Um, there's no sense in trying to guess where the continuation could happen. We're also up here at this point in time. Um, we look at the profiles themselves, right? We're up here in getting into this range. If I can get my price to, or my chart to move higher. Yeah, it's trying to catch up. It's a little slow. But if you look at the profiles, right, we're moving right back into this area of value. And if I could, I can't on this chart, but to draw a profile through here, right, we're pretty much getting into value and possible rotation into this. I'm not saying this move is overextended at all. I'm saying to get into a move is overextended. If you look at this move overall starting at its low, right, you got 1, 2. I would actually call this 3. So you're kind of within the wave 3, right? So another pullback and then another small move to test this high. But we've been going up for so long now that, I mean, when I say up for so long is this third wave, if you will, right? That where is it going to end? And trying to catch a long here, you're basically saying that it can go on forever without a pullback. Exactly, Lincoln. You don't want to chase, is what it boils down to. It is very fast scalping in here in what I'm doing on this time frame. Yes. Now, here's the thing. Okay. When we're in a market condition for a trend, okay, we don't have value. All right. But let's say if you come back into this, like this area here, okay, price action's coming up, it comes up to VPOC and it rejects. Price action comes up to value area high, okay? What you're looking for is an entry around this area for price action to move back into value area low. Now, granted, this happened at, the afternoon, and this happens down here. What I'm trying to teach people is this. This is how you get into short-term entries, okay? This is how you get into short-term entries. And then from those short-term entries, right, now you manage the position based upon your higher time frames. In a trending market condition, what do you target? That's the problem. Where do you target? And when you're wrong, what's your risk? Right? So I used to trade off of 5, 10, 15-minute charts, right? And you would go through your cycles, and I would use trailing stops and some other things, right? And I would go for I would risk in the ES, I would risk 6 to in a normal market condition where you have rotations of about 6 points, right? 4 to 6 points. I would enter with 6 lots, so 6 contracts, and I would make my targets 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points. Okay. And once you're up about 3 points, your stop is pretty much at a break even. So you only have to go 2 points in your direction before you break even. And I would use a 2-point stop. And then price would continue and I would just trail and get out with a 4th, a 5th, and a 6th contract with when I had rotations of about 6 points in my value areas. But then market would increase. And so I would go to a 10-minute chart and I would have an 8 to a 10-point area of value. And then I would be looking for 2, 4, and 8 points. And then at the 4 points, move my stop to a break even. What I can tell you is this. Being able to enter on scalp style entry points, okay? I can make a heck of a lot more money than I ever could even trading 6 lots in the ES, in the NASDAQ, on one contract. Um, you know what, Lincoln? You know what the right way is? Do you know what the right way of trading is? How would you answer that question? What's the right way of trading? And so what I'm trying to do is demonstrate here how to enter the market at any price. And if you can learn to enter around areas or whatever it might be, now you can take that philosophy or that style and apply it to any time frame and anything else. That's the key, right? It is fast. There is a lot of information, but I was talking about it in terms of all the rotations and everything that's going on with the market, talking about the order flow, talking about the sizes and those type of things. You never have to get that granular. You don't have to look at the market like I just did. I was doing commentary of order flow, doing something that people will do when they're on the Squawk Box and reading the bid and the ask. The best way of trading is to find a way that works for you. That's the best advice I can possibly give you. And I know that that's no advice. It's not an answer, but it is an answer, and it's absolutely everything. Find the methodology, the that you're able to follow, that you trust, that you're able to have confidence in. And the trust and the confidence will lead to revenue. And that's it right there, right? Whatever the market will give you, take it. Well, and today we didn't have very tight rotations, but you can ask, or it was market didn't give us really momentum or anything else, but like you can ask Seed, right? There's days where I can take $2,000 out of a single move with just one contract without even adding into the positions at all. And what I would have done today, if I could have gotten into another contract, is I would have scalped one and then I would have trailed my other one beneath lows and beneath auctions and those type of things. And I don't see anything in here that would have taken me out of any of it and still in one. Right? I just couldn't get myself into the other positions because of the way that the market was behaving. The market's not behaving directionally here, right? It's rotating. So I'm entering off of a rotational market and a tight area. People get chopped up in these areas. I taught how to stay out of the chop and get into areas of meaning. Exactly. And you can't replicate anyone. See, here's the thing, right? This is let me drop some knowledge for you. Here you go. All right. Reality. How is reality created for us? Seriously. How do we create reality? Anybody know? Anybody want to take a stab at that? What's the fundamental thing? Well, first of all, what is reality? When we think of reality itself, our external world, right? What is it really? What is it? Anybody want to take a stab? Reality is information. That's all it is. It's information. And we're receivers. It's a projection of our mind in a way, yes. Okay, but it's not. Because think about it. What would happen right now at this moment if somebody came over and shut off all of your senses? No sense of smell, no sense of taste, no sight, none of it. You couldn't hear none of it. What would reality be then? Is it still a projection of your mind at that point in time? What is reality at that point? It stops existing. Why? Because the receptors, our receptors, is no longer able to filter the information that were received by it. Now, what information does reality hold? Well, all information. And we can't perceive all information. Like, for example, our vision, we can only see a light spectrum of about this much of a full light spectrum. So it kind of looks like this, right? What we're able to see is here, the rest of it's here. So what is that? That means that there's a ton of information out there that we can't even perceive. But even when we receive information, we don't bring in all the information we receive. Our minds generalize, distort, and delete the information automatically. And we don't even have any idea how that process works. So we're a representation of the received information and the way that we filter that information subconsciously. And then all of that dictates what we do. And we think we're making our own choices. So the way that you perceive information will be different than the way that I perceive information, because we all filter that information differently. We have the same senses, but the subconscious filter is different. And so now, because that filtering thing comes online, right? Because that filtering thing comes online, it comes online before conscious intention or conscious participation comes online. It's the prediction machine, and it builds your reality, and it predicts your future behavior. And it's online before conscious intention ever even thinks about coming online. And that's the problem. That's why people have a hard time changing their lives. Because what they want to change is themselves. Because they identify with the prediction machine. So you are the prediction machine. So then you go and you try to change yourself. Well, you're trying to change yourself, but you're trying to change the prediction machine. You don't even know what the prediction machine is or how to change it. So then you get frustrated and you start blaming yourself, and you start blaming everything else because the prediction machine isn't changing as it isn't changing, and it isn't changing. Your reality's not changing because you're trying to change something that you are that you're not. And this is why change doesn't work. This is why lasting change doesn't work, because you can bring conscious action to online for a while, but the moment the prediction machine gets triggered, conscious participation goes back on the court, or goes back on the stands, watching the prediction machine act for them and their future behavior, thinking that they're on the court, although all they're doing is observing their life being played out for them. And they don't even realize that they're in the bleachers, in the stands, watching. The only way to impact life is to be on the court. To be on the court, actively participating in your life, conscious participation. And neuroscience teaches us how to change the predictive machine. But neuroscience doesn't have a process for that because they're scientific, right? So they have theories and they could test these theories and they can see how things work, but they haven't created a process to facilitate that change. What we do know is that focus, urgency, action. So focus and urgency will actually mark the predictive engine of the brain for change. And then new action will start to line a new wire, right? But that wire isn't facilitated into the wiring of the predictive machine until you sleep. And then sleep allows that wire to go into the neuroplasticity itself, right? But it takes time and consistency in order to allow that wire to actually lay within the foundational wire. But the foundational wire never goes away. It can always come back online. And it comes back online when it's triggered. And then it's back on the court and you're back in the stands and you don't even know why. Because we don't teach this stuff. So what is focus? Well, intention. What do you want? What do you want for yourself? What do you want for your life? And you focus on it. And what's urgency? Urgency is right now. Think about it. If you need a surgery, right? Maybe just whatever type of surgery, and in 2 months from now it gets scheduled and you go have the surgery. But what happens if your appendix bursts and you get taken to the hospital by somebody in a rush or an ambulance? Well, it could be 2 o'clock in the morning, but they're calling a surgeon. The surgeon is coming in. A half an hour later, you're getting surgery because it's urgent. Well, where is urgency played out at? In the present moment. Because right now you're getting that surgery, not an hour from now, not yesterday, not tomorrow, right now in this moment because you need it. That's the urgency. That's where action needs to be taken from that place. And now you have focus of intention with action being done in the present moment. And now you sleep. You've marked the wires for change, and now those wires are starting to go into the neuroplasticity. But the old patterns will always come back online. And so then you need to go back into the focus of intention and the action right now. That's why I call this the Human Performance Lab. That's what I'm demonstrating. What is my pattern and habit? To lose focus. What happens when I lose focus? I don't do as well. Where do I lose focus at? By talking to people. Why? Because I really, really, really consciously enjoy talking to people. And so I'm demonstrating every single day how to bring conscious participation online for focused intention to be backed by urgent action, not urgent as in, oh my God, I got to do this. No, urgency as in, I'm doing it right now. I'm doing it. I'm taking the action right now because it's important for me to do it. Why is it important for me to do it? For whatever reason it is. And when you do that over and over again, that's how you build new habits. That's how you build aligned action, action aligned to intention. And when action becomes aligned to intention, it becomes intentional. It's fulfilled. Fulfilled action is action aligned to intention, and it brings in fulfillment. Where there's fulfillment, there's joy. And this is why most people feel stuck and a lack of joy in their life, because they're living unintentionally in the bleachers, while their subconscious, the predictive machine, is on the court dictating their future behavior, and they don't even realize it's happening. And it's not because they're asleep, and it's not because they need to wake up. That's why I'm trading. I'm trading to demonstrate this. Do I think it's possible to do full-time trading? 100%. Jerry, absolutely. 100%. In 97, I had the pleasure of watching a trader who's no longer with us, unfortunately. Best trader in the world, I swear. This guy would go long here, would go long here, would go long here, would short up here, would go long down here, all day long. He would stay out of this bar. He would go long, it would make money, and then he would stay out. He wouldn't even enter on this bar. Then he would get back in here and go long. And then this bar here, he would enter someplace in here for a short. Okay. And then this bar over here, he wouldn't enter on this bar unless he entered short again. This bar, he wouldn't have even entered on this bar at all. This bar here, he wouldn't have entered because of this bar. This bar, he would have gone short. This bar, he would have gone short. This bar, he would have gone long. Every single bar was an entry point for him on a 5-minute chart. The guy was phenomenal. Phenomenal. I had the pleasure of watching him for a whole week. You know what he told me, Jerry? I'm going to tell you exactly what he told me. I didn't understand it at the time, and I still don't know if I fully understand it. He said this: how much money do you want to make? Well, I said, I don't know. He said, you got to tell me, how much money do you want to make? He goes, you want to make $1,000 a day, you want to make $2,000 a day, you want to make $10,000 a day. You have to know how much money you want to make. And I said, well, why? He said, because that's going to determine how much time you have to spend in front of the charts. Jerry, that's how I know that it's possible to do full-time trading, because he did full-time trading for years, like decades, 30, 40 years, something like that. I don't remember, so I can't put words into his mouth, and unfortunately, he's not here to say it. I wouldn't tell you the story if it wasn't 100% true, and I don't have any idea how he did it. Yeah, I know. I'm still in shock after all of these years. I've tried to duplicate and replicate what he did. He did, and he would create his areas very similar to how I do, and he would use them for when they traded in, through, and around. And he did it. And Jerry, let me tell you one more thing. This guy was a bond trader, 30-year bond trader, okay? He did it in the ES because the ES was my market, and he doesn't even trade the ES. It was the first time he ever traded the ES. And I'm not hyping this up. I wouldn't tell you if this was not 100% true. That was my experience with this man. So is it possible to do full-time trading? 100%. Yes. I've done full-time trading myself. Is it the red lines in my chart? What, these red lines right here? These ones? Are these ones you're talking about, like the green and the red? Yeah, and it's not about trust. It's I'm trying to implore the full idea as I experienced it. Right? That's the key. I used to trade options. I don't anymore. I don't do any long-term trading at all. I have investments, of course, but I don't do any long-term trading at all. So these ones here, right? What these are doing is basically taking these areas of the high volume, and they're utilizing these for support and resistance. Okay. I don't know how well they work. I have them on my charts because I'm watching them, but I don't use them. But they're interesting. And I don't know if I like them. I don't even know if I want them on my charts, but they're interesting. And so I'm watching them. Well, see, we're going to do everything we possibly can to make that happen. I can't promise you anything. I can't promise future results. We never know what's going to happen. What I can say, though, is we will work diligently to make that happen. And one of the things that I think I might need to do is shut chat off while I'm trading. Because even today, I made some mistakes in my trading, and I was very focused. I mean, Steve saw me one day, actually the first day we did a demonstration, and I took the day before. I didn't trade it very well at all. And so I wanted to replay it anyhow. And we took a day, and I was down, what was I down? $5,000, something like that. And I ended up the day up $248. Not a lot, right? But you can trade yourself out of issues once the market starts to move in a way that you can that works within your strategy or methodology. You have a $25,000 account with 9,000, what $900, 900 drawdown left. I need to make 1,200 to pass it. How much a day should I target or risk? You trade micro ES, and mini Nasdaq. So you have a $25,000 account with a $900 drawdown left. And you make 1,200. It really depends on your expectancy. I mean, I can tell you that, when I come in and trade, I expect to make $2,500 in a day on one mini contract. My expectancy is $2,500 a day. When I sit down in this chair to trade, I expect to make $2,500. And so that's over your 1,200. And I could do that easily within a $900 drawdown. That's me. That's not you. And so a $900 drawdown, I don't know what your average expense is. I don't know what your stop is normally. I don't know how much money you normally risk on a given position. I don't know how much money you make on a position. I mean, seed. Have you seen me make $2,500 in a day? I mean, there's a couple days in May. One day I was up like 16,000, another day I was up 15,000. Traded single contracts, one lots. You risk about $100 per trade, and mostly cut it at 100 or 150. Okay, so you have a 1 to 1.5 risk reward ratio, which is, that's normal. Okay, so you have a good 9 into a 2K in a trade. Yeah, so you've had a good 9 expenses in you, and then you have 100 to 150. How many trades a day do you take on average? I mean, if you're looking at 100 to 150, right, and you need 1,200, so you're going to need 12 trades, in order to be able to do that. Now, and that's 12 revenue trades with no expenses, right? Which I've done that in days as well. So you've seen that too, where I've had like 12 trades, 12 revenues. Here we go. I did that live one day in one of my streams. I can't even tell you which one it was, but yeah, I think I was up like $5,000 or $6,000 that day. It's really about you and your methodology and how you trade. And so 2 trades a day, right? If you're making $100 a trade, that's $200 a day. That's 6 days it's going to take you to get to your 1,200. Now, that's without expenses. Now, what happens if you double your size? Well, now you're at 3 days in order to do it, because now you have $200 at 2 trades. Well, 100, you double your size, so you're at 200, right? 200 a day at 2 trades is 400. So you're going to need 3 days in order to pass your combine, or your evaluation, right? And so it's adding size. The problem when you add size is you increase your risk, but you can scale in, right? One of the easiest ways that you could utilize order flow, if you will, right, is this. Let me show you. Let me take all of these little lines off. Just get rid of them. Okay. So I want to show you something real quick. Price action trades in this range, right? You're just trading in this range. What you want to do is you want to index the average of the high volume areas, like right about here. You have a few out, you have a few in, right? Or you have a few out on the downside, you have a few out on the upside, right? These are your unfair highs and unfair lows. Here's your value. Price action breaks out, okay? What you're doing is price is coming through here, okay? You are collecting inventory. And when price breaks down, you don't put a stop down here. Okay? You wait. Because in a range like this, price action will usually go in the opposite direction first. Why? To stop all of the individuals out. And then price action goes up. So then what do? Then you find your next range, which is like right in here, right? This range here. We're going to take this range. Look, oh wow, it broke the low of the range. No, wasn't expecting that to happen. Why? Because most people put their stops right down there. So what do? You take the funds that you made from down here and you increase your size over here. Scale in, increase your size here, you collect your inventory in this area, you do double what you did over here, and then you start scaling out. And now you passed your combine or your evaluation. Does the same thing here. Accumulation right through here, and then breaks out on higher highs, higher lows. So in a short-term trending condition, make sure you do it within the 5 waves. Wave 1, wave 2 is your retracement, wave 3, wave 4, and on wave 5, anticipated to test the highs and not break. And this is wave 5. And so if your initial position stops you out and you've gone in here, you've only done your original sizing. So if you're doing 2 contracts, you scale in 2 contracts in here. And if you lose money, you only lose money on your 2 contracts. But if you make money, you take that banked money and you run it into here and you put 4 contracts into it. Okay? Then if that turns around and makes money up here, you put 8 contracts into it. In your waves. 1, 2. Well, I'm not even really going to call it. Yeah, I have to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And on the 5th, don't expect the high to break, but expect the high to break on each one of these. 1, 2, there's your consolidation. You have a little bit of a consolidation here, but the fact that you didn't have a prolonged consolidation means that this isn't your 2. This is your complete 1 because of the consolidation. Consolidation always happens. Okay? It has to. Why? Because your wave 1 ended and your wave 2 is at the end is looking for buyer and seller participation. Wave 3. A little bit of consolidation here, but you break higher highs and move and continue. 4, consolidation. 5, doesn't break the high. You're out. Quick scalp on 8 contracts. Done. Questions? Let's look at this. Consolidation. 1, consolidation. 2, consolidation. 3, broke the low, but only by a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Consolidation. 1, 2, consolidation. 3, consolidation, and then that reversed, so there was no 4. You seeing it? This is one of the reasons my favorite time to trade is 5 a.m. On the fifth wave, you want to stop. You want to be done on the fifth. Even if it goes farther, you want to be done with that. If that's what you're using it for, you really want to be done after the third one. The fourth one's pushing it a little bit. Unless you have excess inventory. But yes, most moves will happen in a 5 wave. I mean, let's just look at it, right? We're going to go over here into this time frame. Let me scale it down a little bit, and let's go back and look at some data, right? We're going to bring this down as little as we possibly can, scrunch it all up, scrunch it down. I gotta shut off the replay first before we do this, because it's not going to give me enough data to go back on. So we're going to close this. Yes. And then I'm not even going to put live data on right now. It doesn't matter. Let me get my chart rebuilt here. And then let's go through this, right? And you want to do this on a short time frame chart, because that's where you're going to get your areas of consolidation. Right? Because your rotations are going to show up in a longer term chart, but your rotations are going to look like this. Much harder to see. What do these become? Flags. Bull flags and bear flags. There was not trying to use a slur. Literally just could not get the words out. All right. Now, let me scrunch this up a little bit here. Let me go back to this. Okay, so look at this, right? Starting here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Consolidation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1. Then it breaks low. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Continuation to the 5. And these areas of consolidation in here are the same exact areas you see on your short-term charts. Except in the short-term charts, they turn really flat, right? Which gives you plenty of time to absorb inventory. And when you're on minis and when you're on micros, you can really grab some inventory in those areas. And now all you need is direction. That's it. And even in value, right? So you know how I build my volume profiles, right? So here's your close, right? Even in value, okay? So here's value. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 5 doesn't actually go without breaking a lower low, but then there's 5 all through value. So your down move, your pullback, anticipation of a down move again, right? To an up. You would expect an up here, but it breaks the low, then it makes the up and the higher high, right? But now this becomes your indexed 1 because it was a failure from the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. right? Well, it wasn't because it was down, but if you're looking long, and then 1, this is your 1, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, 1, 2, right? 3, 4, 5. And 5 comes right back down to this little area. Well, I guess 5 would be up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And so your 1 starts down here. Your 2 is your long position, expecting to come up to value area high. It doesn't, comes back to very low again. There's your 5. And then drops, right? But because you're down here in value area low, you're not thinking short, you're thinking long again. So this becomes, when it comes back down here again, this becomes your 1. Absolutely, Jerry. Anytime. I hope this helped. I really do. You too, Jerry. Absolute pleasure. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for all the questions, the camaraderie, and everything else. You would be a phenomenal addition to the community, and hope to have you. Well, it's 7:37. I've been streaming since 1:30. It's probably time for me to go as well. So I want to thank everybody for being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Thank you for all the conversations, for anybody that's liked this video, for any of the subs, for just all the support. Truly appreciate each and every single one of you so much. I'm flabbergasted. I'm like at awe with all the support that I've had since I've started. I want you to know that you all are loved. You are all very much appreciated. And I look forward to seeing you all in the Human Performance Lab. Thank you so much. You have a great night.